Hello, guys. Okay, I don't know what's going on with the chat because it's not letting me see it at all. It just says something went wrong with a little monkey picture with the YouTube sign. So I am not sure why that's not showing up for me at all. Can you guys see the live chat on your end? Can you let me know? I don't know how I would fix that. Maybe I can just look at it on my phone. That's never happened to me before. The live chat has always worked for me. Let me see here. Can I see this? Is there a live chat happening? Ah, okay, well, I can see it on my phone, but I cannot see it on my laptop, so I'm gonna have to look at it on my phone. Hi, Andrea, Starleva, Kelbell, the usual suspects. What's up, babes? I'm glad you're here. That's gonna be annoying. Okay, well, I don't know what I can do about that, but that's okay. As long as I can see it here, that is okay, I guess. That's really annoying. I don't know how to do that. Okay. Anyways, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to I'll check in on the chat on my phone every once in a while since the YouTube stream has decided to be a jerk about that. Okay. It's not too big of a deal. Okay. Hi, guys. Hello again. It hasn't even been that long. All right. Let's see. Let me move that out of the way so I don't have to look at that annoying thing from YouTube saying that it's not working. And yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. So we're gonna do our seasonal eclipse reading here. And we're gonna take a look and see what's going down. What can we expect? So I'm just gonna look at what the overall energetic theme is for you this eclipse season. What your signifier is, sort of the energy that you are embodying going into the season. What will be shifting for you most prominently, a challenge that you might face, and then a little bit of advice. So we're going to keep it pretty simple, but I'm excited about this. So I love looking into our eclipse season vibes. It's always an intense time. So hopefully you guys get some information from this stream. Sorry, I'm trying to fix my computer. It's being a butthead. So hopefully you guys get some information that is helpful to you for eclipse season. It can be a little bit of a time of chaos, necessary chaos, but still chaos nonetheless. And some of us deal with that. Some of us deal with that better than others. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. We'll see what wants to come out. Okay, I think I'm just gonna actually leave these in order that they're in. So we'll just go with the flow and see what happens with that. Where am I? Am I going to? But how have you guys been? Are you guys doing well? I guess it's only been like a day or two since I've seen you, if you were in the last stream anyways. So I'm glad that we're making this more of a consistent thing. Oh, I totally got paint on my hat today. I was painting a fence today. Our fence, our house, the fence around our house, our yard, I should say. And I can see that I got some on my hat. So that's that. All right, give me 1 second. I'm just going to put these decks in the order that I want to use them for the signs. But if you're new here and you don't know how things go, first of all, hello, I'm Lisa. I hope that you are doing well, and thanks for being here. I'm gonna start at Aries and work my way through all the way down to Pisces, And we're going to just look at the, like I mentioned, the main energetic themes, shifts, challenges, and advice that Spirit wants to bring through for you for this eclipse season. The eclipses this season are in the signs of Pisces and Virgo because that is where the nodal axis currently is. So you will be experiencing these quite intensely if you have strong placements in those signs, for sure. But you're also going to want to look, and normally I do like a little bit at the beginning, where I tell you based on your rising sign, like what house this is going to hit for you and stuff. This year, I don't have my shit together enough to do that. I'm not going to lie. Because I am a Pisces and a Pisces North Node, and eclipse season is kicking my ass already, even though it hasn't really begun. So please forgive me for not being as on top of my shit as I normally am. But it is what it is. So the timestamps will be in the pinned comment down below when the stream is over. And they'll also be in the info box down below. And also in the info box, there's information on how to find me on social media. We have a Discord server, which is great. The app is free to download. And then the link in the info box just will take you directly to our server, the Moon Sun server. And Discord is basically just like a chat app, but it allows us to connect a little bit more than YouTube allows us to, because we basically only have like the community tab here on the YouTube app. So if you want to connect more with the community, with me, we chat a lot over there, and there's different rooms where you can like join discussions based on different things, whether you're into astrology or whatever you might be into. But during the stream itself, there will be gifs up here in the right-hand corner that tell you what sign we're on. So you can check that out if you come in and you want to know where we're at, okay? Just give me 1 second here. So, okay. Just don't know which deck I want to use for each sign. So it'll just take me a second to put these in order. This is not related to anything really, but have you guys heard that song by Justin Bieber? I think it's relatively new, and like, who else is in it? Chance the Rapper, maybe? What's it called? It might be called Houle. And he's like, running to the altar like a track star. Can't wait another minute. Cause the way you hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, feels so holy. I don't know, I was just listening to it and it's so good. Okay. Love me a little Biebs, not gonna lie. I really do. And it's just cute and wholesome. I gotta give some love. This one, okay. Gotta give it a little shout out. But yeah, let me know how you guys have been. How you've been feeling. I think that first moon kind of like kick-started. Hi, Valerie. Hi, Tenmei. How are you guys doing? How are you doing? Sorry, I'm looking at the chat on my phone because YouTube decided that it wouldn't let the chat show up on my computer, so we're just rolling with it. But yeah, I feel like that first Virgo moon really just sent us, got us going right out the gates here. So we are just being raw dogged by the energy now, my friends. There's no turning back now. Not that there was ever going to be with eclipse season, but yeah, it's feeling like a lot. Or maybe that's just for me, but I think that some of the intuitive messages that I've been getting anyways is just like, for most energetically sensitive people, I think this is, for some reason, it's a big one. I don't know exactly. I haven't been able to completely pinpoint exactly what about the energy is making it so intense this year, but I'm definitely feeling it, that's for sure. And I do feel like it's collective. I don't feel like I'm the only one. So, okay. focus on this for 1 second, and then we will get into it. Running to the altar like a track star. Can't wait another minute. That's the way the person who loves you should be. They should be on it. You know what I'm saying? I'm running to the altar like a track star, cause this my bitch. That's what I say about that. Okay. And don't you settle for less, honey. Okay, let's see. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it together here. You too. Feels like every day there's a lot of intense energy around. Nim, what's up? You need it over. My sleep schedule is insane. Hi, T-baby. Starting with Virgo birthday babies. We're not. We're starting with Aries. But happy birthday, Virgo. I do love you so much. I really, every time I try to start, like do the signs out of order, I don't know. I feel like the flow of them in order, just it flows in a way, in a natural way. But I do love you. I promise it's not that I don't love you. Maybe I should put my phone up here so I can actually kind of not just be looking down when I want to see the chat. Is that a good way to do it? I don't know. Why does YouTube do this? They just do stupid things all the time here. I'm gonna tell you how I really feel about YouTube, guys. I've got beef, okay? They make changes, and the changes are so stupid. Like, it's like, could you change something that actually makes the platform more valuable? Like, or are you just gonna put little crowns beside people's names so that they know how much they chat? Like, could you make some sort of reasonable change, maybe? But yeah. So I will say happy birthday, Virgos. Yes, you know that I love you. So if you've already had your birthday, I hope it was splendid. And if it's coming up, then I hope the anticipation is just building and that it's everything that it needs to be to satisfy you. Okay. Let's get going. So we're gonna see what is happening here in this beautiful eclipse season for my spicy little Aries. My spicy Aries. Let's see what's going down. So let me put this up for you. There you go. All right. So let's actually just take a second as I shuffle for Aries, though, but also simultaneously to just kind of sink into our bodies. The one thing that I have been noticing is that the mental energy is a lot, and I think that might be just a combination of us being in Virgo season, and there's quite a lot of that Virgo energy. But there was also like Uranus played a big role in that Virgo moon as well. And I think that just kind of like amplified or electrified that mental energy. And then with one of the eclipses in Pisces, like Nim said, some people might be having some interruptions to their sleep schedule. You could be feeling like you're more tired than usual, or maybe tired just at weird times. Or if you're like me, you can't get more than like 3 hours of sleep for the last like 4 nights in a row. So pray for me. But yeah, those are, I feel like, all symptoms of just the energies and the way that they are right now. So try to be patient with yourself. I know sometimes it's hard when, especially when stuff that is as vital as your sleep gets affected. It's difficult. But yeah, let's just take a second to really breathe and ground into the present, the now, and our bodies. And let's just set the intention that we receive the messages that will be the most helpful to align us with the most abundant and fulfilling and just like aligned trajectory for us, because eclipse season is one of those times where there's gonna be redirections a lot of the time, or you might see like what is not working, what needs to be stepped away from, where there needs to be a shift in the trajectory, or where maybe like a relationship or a habit or even like a location maybe that you're living at where something might need to change or go. So let's just set the intention that clear and direct messages surrounding that come through for the highest and best good of all. Okay. So tell me what's going on for my Aries. Aries. Whoa. What's that? It's shifting. Okay, well, that's good. We love that. Okay. Get a couple oracle cards here. Okay, so tell me more about this theme here, the theme of eclipse season for Aries. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that is an important message. Let's do that. One more oracle card. Just clarify that advice for Aries. Okay. Yes, okay, that's how I'm gonna do it. Okay, good. All right, let's timestamp and get on into it here. I don't know, has time been weird for anybody else? Because I don't know, it's like no matter how much I'm like, I feel like if I rush, like I'm behind even more, and if I'm just like fuck it, then it's like things seem to land. Anyways, hi Aries. I hope you guys are doing well. We're gonna take a look here at some of the energies that might be around you or that you might be experiencing during this eclipse season. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the first one is, when is the first eclipse? I should know this. I didn't look up the dates. If anybody knows, put them in the chat. What even is time? I know, right? It's been very weird. But the first one is the Pisces one, and it might be on the 7th. I think it's on the 7th maybe. Let me know if I'm right about that. Okay. Let's take a look. So, you and time have an interesting dynamic. Yeah, samesies right now. So, the overall energetic theme is coming up for you, Aries, as, I don't know, something about this is coming through as very Aries. Maybe it's just because this is from Fight Club, but it's the 10 of Swords, which says Lord of Ruin in this deck. And then you have this card, which says you met me at a very strange time in my life. So if you know, you know. This is a quote from Fight Club, and these are the main characters, or the main character. Again, if you know, you know. T-baby. Okay, yes. So the Pisces eclipse is on the 7th and the Virgo eclipse is on the 21st. Oh, Lord. Okay. Okay. So the Ten of Swords, and you met me at a very strange time in my life. Well, yeah, I'm ready for it. It doesn't feel bad. It just feels hella intense, but every eclipse season does, so that's okay. But if you're ready to be directed into, if you're like, I'm sick of where I've been and I'm ready for better and I know I deserve better. Well, then this is your time to like jump into another timeline, jump into another reality, jump into just somewhere else that's better for you. But you do got to you got to stay adaptable, and you've got to stay open and kind of flow and surrender with what the universe, like the universe will guide you. You might not be totally in control. You can set your intentions, but the universe will probably be the one that is going to be like pointing you in a certain direction. So, okay, the Ten of Swords, Lord of Ruin. Well, I'm going to show you your signifier as well. Your signifier is the Chariot in reverse, Lord of the Triumph of Light, with Moon in Gemini, adaptability. Okay, because I think that these energies are working together, so I want to talk about them together. All right. You are feeling, I'm not really, well, let me clarify that a little bit more. Tell me more about the Ten of Swords before I say too much. But initially what I'm feeling is not that there is something like new that's coming in that is going to be, like the Ten of Swords talks about you getting to the end of yourself mentally in some sort of way. So it normally how that happens for humans when we get pushed to the end of ourselves is normally because we're experiencing something or we go through some sort of situation that causes us to feel a certain amount of loss or pain or something that is at least just like jarring or even like a wake up call in some sort of way, because that is generally what it takes to kind of like snap or push us to a point of where we experience so much anxiety and then we break mentally, and or we're forced maybe out of an old way of doing things, or forced to see a truth maybe that we don't want to see, and so through that our perspective will shift. And it's not a bad thing, but it is usually a little bit uncomfortable or painful. Like it has an element of that to it. So I'm not really necessarily feeling that something new is coming in and doing this for you during eclipse season, Aries, because the theme is the Ten of Swords and it takes quite a bit to get to the Ten of Swords already. So kind of what I feel like is that there's something that you're reaching the end of yourself around, and you're going to be forced to contend with whatever that is. And I think that you're aware of this because of this this Fight Club card that is clarifying it with you met me at a very strange time in my life. Actually, the character in Fight Club, if you guys have seen it, he very much, I would say, throughout the entire movie is in the Ten of Swords moment. Like he is kind of having a mental like breakdown, kind of like right at the very limit, in actually in such a severe way that he is split. Like he's quite literally split within himself. He's like split personality a little bit, because one way of perceiving himself is still tied to an old way of functioning, and the other way is more like empowered and in the new embodiment, if you will. So you could feel kind of like that at this time. Like it doesn't have to be that severe. It doesn't have to be like a mental health issue, right? But you could feel like time and space is very weird. Like this is a very strange time in your life. And it's kind of like, what is life? This is the Twilight Zone kind of thing, you know? And it could be because you are at that point where you might know that something needs to change. You might know that you need to be adaptable in order to move forwards. Because with the Chariot in reverse, this talks about like not being empowered enough to use your, it's like either not being clear enough emotionally surrounding what it is that you want to really apply yourself and push fully with your willpower in a specific direction, or it can talk about just not wanting to out of fear or feeling like something is in the way of you doing that. But with this Gemini moon adaptability, it's telling me that there is something that you can do about that. And I think that you will at some point in eclipse season. I think that you will shift that. And it's interesting because Gemini moon, Gemini is obviously also ruled by Mercury along with Virgo. And it is a very, with your moon in Gemini, it ties your intellect and your mind and your way of thinking very much to your emotions. So this could have to do with the way that you intellectualize how you feel, or how you specifically, how you think about how you feel, or how you even perceive emotions at all. So for instance, it could be something like if you might be feeling disempowered and at the end of yourself with the Ten of Swords, it could just be that you need to see the truth about something, because after the Ten of Swords comes the Ace of Swords, which is a very clear and direct truth, or a new way of thinking about something, or just seeing something for what it has been for a while. Yeah, the bottom of the deck is the Ten of Pentacles, but then behind that's the Queen of Pentacles in reverse and the Six of Swords in reverse. So I do feel like there actually is abundance available to you, but it's like the Lord of Ruin versus the Lord of Wealth. Which 10 are you going to want to, which 10 do you want to focus on? Which 10 do you want to cling to? And if this one is there, can you transmute and shift gears and be adaptable and move into the Ten of Pentacles instead? Essentially, can you empower yourself in the face of this difficulty and use it to, can you see, like when challenges come, we can face it head on, we can look at the truth, we can take responsibility, accountability, and then we can transmute that energy into something good, something successful for us. Excuse me, which is also something that he kind of does in Fight Club, because one of his characters is sort of like, one of his characters is a little bit like a little spineless, you could say, a little bit lost at sea, and the other is very much not so. The other is very much empowered, a little bit even like aggressive, but is getting shit done. And so with he's sort of split in the movie, and when the more empowered character is in control, so to speak, he's doing things for the main character that are actually getting him where he needs to go, even if those things are maybe not always completely morally aligned, let's say. But I think that it's kind of highlighting here, the Queen of Pentacles in reverse usually talks about a little bit of an insecurity, or it could be that you're either not taking care of yourself as well as you maybe need to in order to make this mental shift. Because with the Six of Swords in reverse here, again, it's about moving forwards. Well, the Six of Swords in the upright is about moving forwards through clearing confusion, like mental confusion, and expanding your consciousness, and then being able to move forwards in a bit of a more peaceful headspace. And that's what's going to get you where you need to go. But I do think that whatever this Ten of Swords is, whatever this ruin is, which is a kind of dramatic way of putting it, so just take it wherever you are on the spectrum of that, but it's essentially just something that is ruin in the sense that it's something wants to close out an old way of thinking, an old way of being, an old way of doing, and it does want to make space for something that is valuable, that's going to bring in assets and wealth into your life. But it's almost saying that this is going to feel like a little bit of a strange time for you. And by the end of eclipse season, you may actually feel like you're embodying yourself in a completely new, like an entirely new way. You may not even hardly recognize yourself, or maybe even like the people around you will be like, who are you? You know, who is this? Who's Aries? I don't think that's a bad thing though. But I do think that you're going to need to be adaptable as you move through and maybe face any insecurities that you have surrounding physically taking action, specifically when it comes to how you are thinking about your emotional body, is what I'm seeing with the Chariot and the Moon in Gemini card. Okay. So what is shifting for you is coming through as the Four of Cups in reverse, which is awesome. In this deck, it's called Lord of Blended Pleasure. This is what it looks like in the upright. But the Four of Cups in reverse is great because it can be about bringing yourself out of a bit of an emotional rut. So maybe these things are being, like Aries is Neo and I'm Trinity. Preach it. But the Four of Cups can be about being in a bit of an emotional rut, or not being able to, like, feeling like you're kind of stuck, having experienced the same thing for a while emotionally. And as a result, you've sort of gotten stuck in a certain way of thinking about something, either a situation that you didn't really get what you wanted out of it, it disappointed you, or it can talk about getting stuck in an emotional rut. And in order to get stuck in an emotional rut, it's not just about you continuing to feel the same way, but it also is about you thinking the same way about what you're feeling. That's what keeps you stuck, right? Lord of Blended Pleasure. It's almost coming through as like splitting. You're disappointed because what is that talking about? Split. There's something split. There's a theme of that here for you. It's almost like you're living a double life is kind of what this is coming through as. Yeah, the Lovers, the Seven of Cups. Weird. I kind of see there being a little bit of a self-defeatist kind of thing happening here. And that doesn't have to be on a super grand scale, but yeah, take it how it resonates for you. But there is a theme of something being kind of split here. The Ten of Swords versus the Ten of Pentacles. This character, this embodiment of you versus this embodiment of you. The Seven of Cups, which is like, it says illusionary success versus the Lovers. So this would be like emotional confusion, and the Lovers is like, I'm not acting out of fear, doubt, hesitancy, or confusion. I am aligned with myself, and I have my own integrated duality balanced within me so that I can move from a place of love confidently, without fear, like with courage, not without fear, but with my love allowing me to move with courage that outweighs the fear, essentially. But there's kind of something here that I see. There is quite a bit of emotion surrounding it. But it's the fact that you're not in and you're also not out is what it's showing me right now that's keeping you in the rut. It's almost like maybe you haven't decided how you actually feel about something, so you might have one foot in, one foot out, but there's not a commitment. There's confusion, it looks like, emotionally with that Seven of Cups, even though there is strong feeling. It's like you're not walking away, but you're not investing necessarily into something, and that could be out of fear. But what it's kind of showing me is that your mind is what is defeating you with this Five of Swords, Lord of Defeat, and then the Six of Swords in reverse came out before. So it's just kind of saying that what's shifting for you, though, this is what's shifting, is that you're going to be coming out of that. So that's positive. That's telling me that you will be making a choice, kind of like, which version of you do you want to be? Do you want to be in the Ten of Swords? Do you want to be in the Ten of Pentacles? What does each of those mean for you? How can you be adaptable to create a little bit of emotional movement and not get stuck? And I think that it is going to have everything to do with how you are kind of choosing to perceive something, and the narrative, like the inner narrative that you have around that thing, is kind of what I'm feeling. The Ace of Pentacles is your challenge, the root of the powers of earth. The root of the powers of earth. So there is some sort of very abundant opportunity here for you. And the aces generally do talk about some sort of kind of like divine, or yeah, like a divinely offered, or an opportunity that comes to you via the universe, or something. It can also be you creating an opportunity. There's a hair stuck to me. It's driving me crazy. This is the challenge, though. So there is this opportunity here for you. The challenge would just maybe be you taking it, or you acknowledging it for what it is, recognizing it, moving towards it, actually putting in the work required. And I think that that does require a level of adaptability on your behalf. So there might be something here where it's about not being stubborn, or just recognizing what needs to shift in you to take you from the Ten of Swords to the Ten of Pentacles, to move you from stagnancy to openness that allows you to receive or create a new opportunity that's more aligned with where you are now, or more aligned with something that is going to feel fulfilling and not stagnant. Yeah. So your advice is the Three of Swords, Lord of Sorrow. I think there's something that you do have to feel. It's almost coming out as you're being pushed to the end of yourself surrounding something here. And it's like the emotional and mental limit that you're being pushed to is kind of what this feels like. You're being pushed to your mental limit with this Ten of Swords, your emotional limit with the stagnancy of this Four of Cups, although that they're saying that is shifting. But it's almost coming through as though you might be trying to embrace one thing without fully processing through the other, but the only way to transmute and move from the less desirable thing into the other one is to like face it or feel it, if it has to do with an emotion. But it's kind of the combination with the Three of Swords. The Three of Swords talks about pain and sorrow, but it's still the sword suit, which is like your mentality and how you think about things. So it's how you're thinking about something that has brought you sorrow that needs to change, if this is your advice. And it's clarified by these two cards. So this is Jupiter in Libra, negotiation. And yeah, I feel you, Cass. And then this, we often think productivity means to work. It doesn't. Productivity means to make intentional choices towards a goal. The goal could be to pause, or the choice could be to pause. The goal could be to replenish. Productivity could mean to rest. This is so important because I think that society has put in our heads like this is what it means to be productive. You always got to be grinding. But that's not true. Like this card says, productivity depends on what your goal is, right? So like if your goal is to bring yourself out of a space of mental stress and emotional stagnancy, then what would be the choice that is going to be productive towards that specific goal? Well, it might be taking some time out to rest, to meditate, and to really like address the issue at hand. Like sit with it. Don't try to escape it or distract yourself from it, for instance, but like look at it and then be honest with yourself about how you've been thinking about it or framing it. So if something painful happened, ask yourself, like, what is the narrative that I've been telling myself about this situation in my own mind, right? Or whatever the case may be, you understand what I'm saying, right? There's something that needs to be negotiated in the way that you adapt your thinking and then your approach to something is what I feel. And it's mental and emotionally, like your mental and emotional bodies are tied together with that. Is there anything else that you want to highlight for Aries here around that? There's a lot to do with your mind, though. Yeah, there's justice. That's more Libran energy. I was going to say, because you have Libra here, you have Gemini with Gemini moon, then there's Libra here again. There's the 3 of Swords, the 10 of Swords, the 5 of Swords, the 6 of Swords in reverse. And then the Chariot is here for your emotions with the 4 of Cups. So it's about, I think, shifting how you are thinking about something in order to get emotional energy moving, and then see things a little more clearly as well, so that you know. It's essentially seeing the truth of something in a balanced way so that you know the most just and fair and balanced steps to take forwards to get what you want here. Okay? And I don't think that it has to do with like giving more or being more productive in regards to like putting physical pressure on yourself. I think it has more to do with intentionally sitting with something and being honest with yourself about it, and then allowing your internal state and narrative to kind of be reframed and shift, probably to a much more empowered place, actually. Yeah. Thank you, Cass. I appreciate that. But that's what I'm seeing for you, Aries. So you do have your work cut out for you. All of us will, though, in eclipse season. That's kind of what eclipse season is. I feel like eclipse seasons and retrograde seasons, I think, are just times to kind of like reestablish our connection with ourselves and our trajectory forwards. Just be honest with ourselves about where we're going and the direction that we've been headed in, and are we truly happy with that and what it's been giving us. Do we feel fulfilled? Do we feel stagnant? What's going on with that? And if you can be really honest with yourself around this time, then like I said, the universe will support you in making huge goals or huge leaps forwards towards your goals. So that's really positive. You just have to kind of be willing to look at it. And I've never known you to shy away from a challenge or to really let much of anything frighten you. So I don't think that you'll have any issues with that. You might want to watch Fight Club. I don't know. That movie was coming through pretty strongly. So if you feel called to do that, it's a great movie. It's one of my favorite films of all time. And it's very Aries. Like, if you haven't seen it, if you have strong Aries, I will go out on a limb and say you're gonna fucking love it. So I would watch it if I were you. Okay, let's move on to Taurus. Taurus. See what's happening here. What wants to be highlighted for my Taurians for this eclipse season? What do you want Taurus to know about these energies? They're flying out for you. They're all flying. That's too many. you know what? Does that go with that? Is that why you're doing this? I'm just going to keep shuffling because it, anytime like huge chunks of stuff keep on falling out, it's usually like keep shuffling the deck. Those aren't the right cards. So I'm just going to shuffle for a moment longer here for you. You're welcome, T. You're welcome. See you then. Okay. Let's get clear and direct messages for Taurus. No funny business. I'm good. That feels smoother. Okay. Okay. Some oracle cards. Yeah, that's it. Taurus. Oh man. Someone pissing Taurus off? Uh-oh. I would not personally stand in front of a bull and wave a red flag, but that's just me. Okay, tell me about Taurus energy. Gosh, what's happening? What's going on? The cards for you. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. It's looking like you want to fight someone. Okay. See what that's about. Maybe they have it coming. 10. Hi, Taurus. I hope you're doing well, my loves. So let's take a look and see what is going on here for you in eclipse season, okay? Okay. Okay. So the overall energetic theme is coming out for you as the Five of Wands here. And it came out with this oracle card here. It says other people might not understand what you're doing, and that's okay. How can they? They are not you. You know what it takes to get where you're going, and that might not look familiar to others. Don't let it discourage you from walking your own path. Okay. So I'm wondering if maybe this eclipse season is gonna highlight some things, Taurus, where a lot of people have a lot to say about what you're doing, how you're doing it, why you're doing it. It could be a time where you're kind of asserting yourself, but at the same time, you don't have all the answers, or you just feel like and then you have people like questioning you. You could be doing things because you know that something is what you want, but you don't have all of like the exact answers surrounding it, or all of like the statistics or the details laid out, but you're just trusting yourself, or you're just following your intuition or your desire. And I feel like you wouldn't be doing anything like ungrounded or irresponsible necessarily. You're Taurians, you're usually not really like that. But for some reason I'm feeling like people are trying you. People are trying you. People are coming at you sideways, it feels like a little bit here, and I don't feel like you are loving it. I think that it's just a lot of people that don't understand you might have a lot to say, and that's always very frustrating, right? It's kind of like it's kind of like trying to talk to someone who's committed to misunderstanding you. You're like, we're not going to get very far here, right? The Five of Pentacles in reverse, you are moving towards a more abundant space than you've been in, whatever choice you are making. But it's riling people up. And I'm wondering if that's because maybe you have less to give to certain people, or certain, it's almost coming through like people want you to be there for them in the way that you always have been. But you might be taking some of your energy or your attention and putting it towards a personal goal maybe, or something like that. And it's kind of like people are butthurt about it or something of the sort. Like, why are you not spending as much time with me? And you're like, I'm working on my personal goals. Like, you know, 2 5s are here though. It's a lot of shifting. It's a lot of change that's taking place, and that's perfectly normal for eclipse season. But it's interesting because with the Five of Pentacles in reverse, again, it's like you are making gains. Like, this is positive, whatever change you're making. The Five of Wands, though, it's just like people might be slightly offended, or they're getting their panties in a bunch about it for some reason. And I think it's just because they don't understand. And they're feeling maybe a little bit judgy, or like they have the right to really speak into your life. So it could be a time where you're needing to set some healthy boundaries with people. Your signifier moving into eclipse season is the Knight of Swords in reverse, and it's here with this Sun in Aries card of assertion. Okay. This is spiciness coming off your tongue here a little bit. Just be, I don't know how to say, I don't want to say like be be careful, but it's an interesting combination because the Knight of Swords in reverse can be someone who, I feel like for you it's more though that there's still, you know which direction you're moving in, but along that path there's still a lot of unknowns even for you. And so it might be even hard for you to explain, sorry, like what you are doing, even if you wanted to people, because you have a feeling, is kind of what I'm getting. You have a feeling that you're following, and you should trust yourself, especially in eclipse season. It's usually like a fated time, and so you should trust what you're feeling and where you're being guided. But at the same time, it can be hard to explain to people because it's a time where there are like cosmic forces at play, or fate might be playing a role in something here. So I feel like with the Knight of Swords in reverse, you don't have all the answers yourself, but you're still trying to assert yourself, kind of like get off my back, you know, like get off my dick. And the only thing is that with this combination of asserting yourself from this very Martian place, which can be pretty aggressive at times, if not tempered, the Knight of Swords in reverse can sometimes be very, very like sharp with their words. So you could be feeling a little bit like on edge. So I would just say, don't be careful, but like be aware of that, okay? Because just in case, like, you don't want to, in case there are bridges you don't want to burn, like other people might be annoying you, but maybe like they're still people that you love, right? So you don't necessarily want to burn a bridge or like end a relationship. I don't think that you would, but Taurians can have quite intense tempers, and they don't always come out, but when they do, they can be intense, you know? And it's always generally valid. Again, I just feel like it might be important to ground your energy and to just maybe take a moment to breathe before you fully unleash on someone who could be just kind of getting on your nerves or asserting themselves or speaking into your life in a way that maybe you didn't really give them the go-ahead to do that. Okay. What's shifting for you is the Three of Swords. Tell me more about that. I just want to know if you're shifting more like into this or out of this. Temperance and the Star. Okay, good. I feel like you're shifting out of this. That's good. So it's interesting. The changes that you're making during this eclipse season, Taurus, I think that they are very much like you're guided. You are you, like this card says. You know what it takes to get where you're going. You know where you want to go. You know how it feels when you're walking your own path and you're aligned and it feels good to you. And that's the most important thing, that you know, right? I think that some way that you are giving your energy, or maybe like certain responsibilities or obligations or connections, wherever, I'm just kind of seeing that something was kind of hurting you. Like you've been wanting to move in a specific direction that's maybe more aligned with the truth of who you are or more fulfilling to you in some way. And I think that this eclipse season you're going to start doing that, and people have some things to say maybe, or they just don't understand where that's coming from. But I'm seeing that from your perspective, it's something that you maybe have been wanting to do for a while, like some changes you've been wanting to make, and then you just feel that energetic push at this time that's actually allowing you to do it. And I think that's great. Because if this is what's shifting, and you're shifting from the Three of Swords into Temperance and the Star, then I mean, that's amazing, because temperance is about balance and harmony, especially internally. It talks about being in alignment with yourself, and the Star is about healing and hope, and it can also indicate that you're moving towards something that is the Star can be like a major hope or dream that we have, like something like shoot for the stars kind of thing, something that you really want, a big dream or a big goal. And I kind of think that you're moving out of a phase where maybe you let other people's opinions or expectations or their ideas of you, even their preconceived notions of you, put you in a little bit of a box maybe, or you put yourself in a box and you've been outgrowing that. And I think this season is where you're going to bust out of it, which is awesome. Because I do feel like this Three of Swords in you is going to be removed, but you just might have to go through a little bit of a shit storm with like a little bit of chaos or other people not knowing how to accept the changes you're making. But I feel like it's a small price to pay if you're moving into a state of temperance in the Star out of the Three of Swords. So I would say go forth and, you know, do your own thing here. But no one's going to get in the way of a Taurus, a stubborn Taurus. Like if you know what you want, you're going to do it anyways. So yeah. The challenge for you is the Moon, though. And this is Pisces card in the Major Arcana. So specifically this first eclipse that's happening on the 7th could be it could be very significant for you. But the Moon also talks about it represents the unknown, and it represents things that are half illuminated even to us. It can talk about your subconscious, your dreamscape, and the things that hide there, the things that go bump in the night, so to speak, like your unconscious or your subconscious, your fears, your wounds, and sometimes those things get triggered when we are in a situation where we have to take a leap of faith into something that has a big element of unknown surrounding it, right? And I'm seeing that like you're asserting yourself and you're moving in a direction that you do feel pulled to, but again, you don't have all the answers surrounding that, so there is an element of the unknown there. And then on top of that, you have this pressure where you're feeling like you kind of need to like defend yourself or your choices in some sort of way. So the combination of those two things might be a little bit triggering to you, but can you tell me more about the moon for Taurian's challenge? I think what's kind of coming through is that the more that you take time to courageously sit with yourself and move through these things that might come up out of you, like any fears or insecurities, hesitancies, doubts, wounds, imposter syndrome, anything like that that might come up as you start moving in this new direction, or as you shift your trajectory here, the more that you can handle those things individually, sit with them and work through them, become consciously aware of them, the less somebody else questioning you or throwing something in your face that is unknown is going to probably have an impact on you, because you will have already looked at those things, and it won't be like something that makes you panicked because you haven't considered it already. You'll feel essentially more prepared to take on your own doubts and fears, but also like any naysayers that come your way. Anything else about that moon though? No, I think that's what that is. You're going to have some choices to make. And they're saying there's going to be active decision making through this season. And yeah, how connected you are to your own intuition and how willing you are to see the blunt truths that are revealed to you at this time, like as they come up again, because right now you're not seeing everything, and they're saying the challenge is that like there is elements of the unknown. Things will be kind of like coming up, and then you'll have the choice to make in that moment. So active decision making, right? So things will be coming to you, and then you'll be making those choices like in the present as you move through eclipse season. It's not things that you know about way ahead of time and you have lots and lots of time to like make this choice. So being grounded, being in a space of internal sovereignty and authority, but then also that willingness to be really clear and see the truth, so that you can kind of run like risk assessment, or you know where your own doubts and fears are, so you know where to apply courage to make those choices, to push forwards. Essentially so that you still feel in dominion over your life, even though you're moving through this kind of unknown phase. That can be a little bit intimidating for anybody, but especially when you feel like other people's eyes and opinions and like judgments are on you. Yeah. So your advice is the 9 of Cups. And it's here with Moon in Taurus, exaltation. And then this card also came out, this oracle card. Oh, tell me how you really feel about these people, Taurus. I think that things are going to be really clear. I think it's just like being clear with yourself, and then so that you can act in a clear and direct way in response to the clarity that becomes available to you. Because I think it's going to be somewhat black and white. I feel like you're either going to feel like a choice is in exalted alignment with you, or you're going to be like, I'm not feeling it. So I don't think that there's a whole lot of in between. Something's either going to call you and you're going to be like, that is in alignment. This is a Taurian card, so it's going to feel like, yes, that's in alignment with me and the path that I know I want to move down. Or you're going to look at something and it's kind of going to leave a bad taste in your mouth. But like with the 9 of Cups, this is about personal, emotional fulfillment. You know what feels good with you, and you're going to know what doesn't at the same time. So your advice is just, be in alignment with yourself so that you can make choices to leap out into the direction that feels genuinely good and right for you at this time without anybody else's voice in your head really influencing things. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Yeah, the Chariot. The Chariot and the Nine of Wands. Damn, that's a lot of horsepower right there. That's a lot of force. But again, with the Chariot and the Nine of Wands, it's like, does it align with your heart and soul? Like, does it align with your emotional truth? Do you feel convicted about that? That yes, this is something that is part of my wish fulfillment, my star, something that's going to propel me towards a more exalted place in my life, or not? It's going to be pretty clear for you, I think, at this time. So that is going to be a gift. Like, the clear awareness that you get during this time is going to be a gift, is what I feel like for you. So trust that gift. Okay. All right, Taurus, we're moving on. We are moving on now to Gemini. Valerie, you're a Taurus and it resonates. Good. Good. I'm glad. It's really annoying to have to look at the chat on my phone. Why did it? That's okay. I won't complain. First world problems here. Okay. Geminis. My Geminis. See what's going on. It is interesting to me how sometimes, like, how people, I guess, take personal choices that we make in life very seriously, or very personally sometimes. It's just always kind of perplexed me, but I think that it does have to do with, like, they're like, but have you thought about how this affects me? And it's kind of just like a selfish thing. Not that it's always completely selfish to be thinking about how someone else's choices affect you, obviously. But when it is someone's personal decision about, like, making a choice that improves or enriches their life, right? Then for me, it's like, well, why would you not want to be adaptable and support that person in that if you love them and care about them? Like, why would you take that opportunity to make it about you, or to apply your opinion in a way that is maybe going to put a seed of doubt in somebody's mind when they're already doing something that is probably making them uncomfortable or pushing them outside their comfort zone? Like, I don't really completely understand that so much, but that's just me, I guess. What's going on for Gemini this eclipse season? Such is life, though, right? Okay. Well, handling it like a boss, though. One more. Ooh. Oh, Lord. I'm sorry. Something about that just struck me as really funny for some reason all of a sudden. Okay, hold on. I'll get to this. Oh my goodness. Hey, Rochelle. I'm so sorry. Get my shit together. Jesus. Okay, clarify. the theme. Just the person I feel like that you might be dealing with someone. That's so sorry. You might be dealing with someone that's just, I'm not gonna say too much, but we'll see if they come out in the reading. Okay, tell me more about the energetic theme of eclipse season for Gemini. Oh, God. Holy crap. That could be part of the message, though. Like, you yourself, in response to someone's, like, fuckery, might just be like, you might actually, something about it might strike you so absurd or, like, ridiculous that you actually kind of have a bit of, like, a little bit of, like, you're humored more than you are upset, which I think is obviously really, is good. Okay. Oh gosh, this card again. Okay. Let's get you one more. Oh. Oh Lord. Well, let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. Actually, I'm just gonna take a drink of my iced coffee before I dive into this particular one. Let's see. They love to F with Geminis, don't they? Hi, Gemini. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you're always doing well. So, let's take a look. Let's see what's going on here in this chaotic eclipse season. You generally don't have too many issues with chaos, so okay. The overall energetic theme is coming up for you as the Five of Cups. It came out with this absolutely beautiful oracle card with this lovely fish. This is coming through as so very Piscean to me. So very Piscean. You could be working through some kind of deep feels around something here. You are a fellow mutable sign, and the nodal axis is in mutable signs, Virgo and Pisces. So these eclipses could be affecting you quite strongly, yes, for sure. And specifically, I feel like maybe something might come up around the 7th, around the time of the Pisces eclipse specifically, that kind of gets you in your feelings a little bit here. I don't know if this is something fresh though, or is this something maybe that The energy is coming up as a little bit like, it's interesting. It's almost like you yourself can't really tell if the grief is new or old in some sort of way. And that to me is telling me that old grief is influencing a current circumstance a little bit here. So there could be something that is happening in the present that is somewhat drudging something up from deeper within you. I want to say that if you feel like you're having a bit of an emotional reaction that seems a little bit like out of proportion for something that's happening now, it could be tied to something that you haven't fully processed yet, that's still, the energy is still inside of you, maybe like an energy of grief or something like that. Can you tell me more about the Five of Cups and this little fishy as the theme for Gemini? The beautiful thing is that Piscean energy, yeah. Oh gosh. Oh, honey. Piscean energy is a good energy to use to process grief because it is an energy or an archetype that deals a lot with grace, surrender, forgiveness, unconditional love, towards yourself first and foremost, so that you can then embody that and offer it to those around you, even the people that other people might feel, other people would not offer that grace to, because they would be like, that mofo don't deserve it, you know. Pisces is the one who's going to show up and be like, you know, still offer the heart. And in fact, sometimes we struggle the most to have healthy boundaries and care for ourselves, even in the way that we care for others, or with the same degree of sometimes respect and depth as what we offer to others. But the Ace of Coins in reverse came up here. I think there's something that you really want to work out, and there is a lot of depth of emotion and even like intuitive feeling that I'm getting that's tied to this, but you're just not really totally feeling emotionally empowered or confident about whatever this is. I think that there's a lot of attraction, and I think that there's a lot of like chemistry and pull. It could be either to a person, or else you have like a lot of fiery confidence almost, but in the underneath parts, the part where like your heart is involved, this is kind of just coming through as fear of getting hurt, like of not getting what you want out of something and having that really hurt. I think that though, that part of this is that there's something in the past that you didn't get, and this present situation is reminding you of it. It's triggering it for you a little bit, the memory. And I'm almost getting with this King of Cups in reverse, for me, this is Scorpio energy. There could be a little bit of bitterness or resentment, like something that you haven't forgiven either yourself or someone else for something, for the past situation. And so now there could be grief coming up and out of you to be released surrounding something that's going on in the present. And it may or may not be directly related to what is going on in the present. It just could be, I'm having a difficult time like reading whether or not, I'm getting more that it's not really tied to the present so much. It's more so the present is triggering you or drawing your attention to it, or it's eliciting an emotional response out of you. But it's making you feel like, oh God, is this happening again? Like, no, I've already been through this. I don't want to feel this way again, you know? And I think like you're kind of split because you have this confidence with the Queen of Wands. You have like a lot of passion, desire, pull, and you want to kind of leap into something in a non-defensive sort of way. But at the same time, you are so afraid that if you move towards it, it's going to be like, aha, that thing's not for you, you know? And those are kind of the themes I think that are coming out to be processed through for you during this eclipse season. So your signifier going into this season is the Emperor, though love to see it. And Venus in Gemini, which is flattery in this deck. So there's some of your energy there. And the Emperor is connected to Aries or Mars energy. That's what it is, yeah. You're in a place of dominion over yourself, but you're not trusting yourself because of something that happened in the past. I feel you moved towards something confidently in the past, and you ended up in a world of grief surrounding it. I think that you didn't get what you wanted, or you moved towards what seemed to be like a bright and shiny opportunity, but it didn't work out exactly the way you had wanted. And now I feel with this flattery card, Gemini, it's like you're back and forth. You can't really tell if you can trust something. If this has to do with a person, it's like you aren't sure if someone's just telling you what they know you want to hear or something like that. It's like you don't know if something's authentic or if it's just they're blowing smoke up your ass, something like that. But you're in the energy of the Emperor. It's saying you're embodying the energy of the Emperor moving into eclipse season. So you're in dominion over yourself and you can trust yourself. And, even with the Emperor, everybody makes wrong choices sometimes. By wrong, I just mean like sometimes we don't read the situation completely correct, or sometimes things just don't end up working out or being what we thought that they were. And that's just life, right? You can never fully avoid that kind of thing. But with you being in the Emperor energy, I'm seeing like, I think you should just move towards what it is that you feel pulled towards, because you're the Emperor at the end of the day. Like, even if it does end up disappointing you or not being exactly what you wanted, you can easily handle it in the Emperor energy. You really can. It's not going to break you. It's not going to shake you. It's not going to drain you of your energy. What will drain you more of your energy is you sitting here being like back and forth, like, can I trust this? Can I not? Because that is you taking your own energy and draining yourself through your mind, through doubt and hesitation, and you questioning your own authority, power, integrity, intuition, all of these things. That's going to drain you a hell of a lot more than investing into something and then it not going the exact way that you want. And the Emperor is generally an energy of someone who's going to prefer like an, oh, well, I guess I got to heal a little bit more now, over like a what if forever, right? The Emperor is not generally someone who lives their life with a lot of regret, because they do the things that they want to do and they apply courage to doing them. So they don't have regrets over not knowing how that thing like what could have that been, It's like, no, they make the calls, they do the things because they are courageous enough and they have enough faith in themselves to know that whatever happens, they're going to come out the other side and it's not going to break them. They're going to be okay. The Seven of Coins. I didn't ask for another card, but Spirit's like, invest in this thing. That's the thing. It's only through truly investing in something, like beginning to invest in something, that you actually find out what it is, right? You can only get so far, like holding something at arm's length and being like, what is that thing? Is it this or is it this? What are you? It's like, well, from a distance, when you're not even like opening yourself up to the opportunity at all, you're probably not going to gain any clarity on the truth of what it is, right? You might want to like dip a toe in, test the waters, It's not that you have to go all in, but like give a little bit and then see how you feel. And then if you feel like, okay, then like give a little bit more, just like work your way into it and see what happens. So what's shifting for you is the Three of Coins. Okay. There is something, I feel like, that is a collaborative effort, or you're building something. You're wanting you're wanting to create something. With the Three of Coins, it does include other people. So it requires cooperation and a level of collaboration and like coming together, like sitting at the table together and like, what are we building here? What tools are you bringing, or what are your strengths? What are my strengths? And how can we put this thing together? You know? So what about that is shifting for Gemini? So I do see you trying to build something here with somebody. And I think that it's something that you haven't really given very much of yourself to as of yet. Yeah, the Four of Coins in reverse and the Knight of Coins. 10 of Wands. You got spooked over something here, and now you're not sure if you want to. But again, you got spooked, I think, because of your past experiences. This is coming up as like the past grief and like a certain level of like, okay, well, paranoia is a pretty intense word. I can't think of like a slightly lesser word for it, but it's like you might be slightly on the paranoid side of something here, like easily spooked because of past experiences and like a deep amount of grief that you suffered in the past, or the way that someone misguided you or misled you, or maybe they did just tell you what you wanted to hear in the past. Like not this situation, but something before this situation is what's coming through. But it's coming through as like there's a projection of the past and fear that you are still carrying and grief that you're still carrying from a past experience. There's a projection of that onto something new that you want to build, and it's kind of getting in your way a little bit, but it's shifting. But you're just having trouble, like, it's showing me that you're having trouble with the most basic level of just like even getting to the table and sitting down with someone and like just starting the process of cooperating and building something is showing up as a very big struggle for you for some reason. It's like you might like sit down and decide that you want to build something with someone, take one step towards it, be like, this feels super heavy, and then you might like get in your head about it with the Four of Swords in reverse, like get very anxious, and then be like, oh, I'm just gonna drop it. Like it's like a spooked energy. That's how it's coming through as. But it's tied to stuff that you don't know. It's like, again, you're questioning, can I trust this? What is the intentions of this? I don't have all of the answers. You might feel like you don't have clear intuition surrounding this specific situation either. But that's coming through. Spirit's coming through and saying what's actually blocking your intuition around this is your own fixation on doubt and fear, because that is what the devil is. So you do know, or you have the ability to tune in and feel this out, but not from a place of paranoia, obsession, ruminating, fear, scarcity, like all of that. That's not going to help you get any closer to the truth. That is going to be the thing that misleads you, that approach. Because I see you kind of just maybe leaning towards not committing to something, not investing in something, not manifesting something, and being like, I'm just going to focus on my own happiness. But your defensiveness towards this thing is draining you and blocking your intuition is kind of what's being highlighted. But I do see that shifting. So your challenge is strength, though. So they are saying it is going to take a bit of strength and for sure courage. Can you tell me more about that? That's Leo energy. The Chariot. Yeah. There's definitely a bravery and a conviction that is needed to move forwards here, but you're having a difficult time finding that because there's a level of internal conflict that's just, it's crazy. Like every card is like, I'm going this way, and then the next card is like, no, I'm going this way, and then the next card's like, just kidding, I'm going this way, and it's like, it's really coming through as super. I feel like you need to ground very, very badly and like rest mentally, because it's really coming through as, it could be very disorienting if you get in that like toggling back and forth. And with mutable air energy, it doesn't take a lot to get us there, right? It really doesn't. I'm a Gemini moon, so I get it. I fully get it. But the challenge is to tune into what you feel and the courage of your spirit and the bravery of your heart. And then understand your own strength, that you are sovereign and empowered, and that if you move towards something, even if like, what is the worst case scenario? It might really help you to actually like spell out the worst case scenario. I do this sometimes when I'm afraid. I'm just like, okay, what is actually the worst thing that could happen? Could I die though? Like in some situations, it's like, yes, you could. You want to take that into consideration, but you might want to ask yourself, like, what is genuinely the worst that could happen? And then what would I do, or how would I respond if it did go that way? That will just take you out of that, like, what if, and give you more of a tangible idea, like, of how you would process through that, how capable you would be of dealing with that if for some reason the worst case scenario did happen. And then maybe you would be able to find a little more bravery and courage or strength of heart to move towards it despite that. But the challenge is finding that strength and being propelled forwards by the conviction of your feelings surrounding something, your feelings, not so what is your truth about how you feel about something? Don't take into consideration like whether that person or that situation is just flattering you. Just ask yourself how you truly feel about it and what your emotional truth is. So for instance, let's say there's a person that you want to pursue, but you're like, I don't know if they're just like an F-boy, or I don't know if they're emotionally available, if they're gonna hurt me, whatever the case. Okay, so step back from that and take the focus off of them for a second and tune into your emotional truth, how you feel. And then, so if the truth is that you do believe them to be a good person and you have feelings for them that you would like to explore, then in my humble opinion, you never regret exploring the truth of your heart. As long as you are true to yourself and your heart, to me, that's always something that you should be proud of, because it takes guts and it takes courage to follow your heart. Does that mean that you're never going to get hurt? No, of course not. Sometimes you do. But I still would always rather follow my heart than like be scared, over question things, and like not live my life or not do things that I want to do, and then again be left with this like what if, rather than just deal with the consequences after if something doesn't go the way that I want. You know what I mean? So that's your call to make, but I'm seeing that that's kind of what they're saying here. Your advice is the Hanged Man in reverse, with Moon in Leo, appreciation. And you also have this card, synchronicities, dreams, innovative, revelation, and connection. I think that there's something very much about Piscean energy here. This is Neptune. And with like dreams and synchronicities, so Neptune is retrograde right now, with the Hanged Man in reverse too. That can talk about like you do see things more clearly sometimes when Neptune is retrograde, because it lifts this fog, You could also be receiving a lot of clarity in your dreams, so be aware of that. Pay attention. You might want to keep a journal next to your bed and just like write down right when you wake up if you have any memory or thoughts about your dreams. But also pay attention to synchronicities. I feel like there is a new way of thinking about something, and it's kind of like I do feel like you're going to have a revelation here surrounding your connection to whatever this is that you're wanting to invest in, and maybe even the connection between this situation and something from your past, like how something from your past is has affected the way that you perceive and move towards this, or how there's like maybe what the connection between the two is. Like if there are certain similarities between a situation from the past and the present one, but if there are also differences, then it would be beneficial for you to pay attention and maybe compare and contrast the two to bring yourself more clarity. But moon in Leo, appreciation. I think that this just is spirit saying that you are going to thank yourself for following your heart boldly at this time. I really do think that you're not going to have regrets. And I do think that the more that you do that, the more you're going to trust that you are seeing things, that you can see things clearly, and that it's not going to kill you to open up a little bit at a time to something. Again, you don't have to like jump all in right away, but you're going to find that you're quite capable. Like, that again, that the thing that is making you feel less capable, or the thing that is like deteriorating away at your self-empowerment, is your own questioning of things, because you're letting doubt and fear in, and that's always going to weaken you, right? So is there anything else for Gemini? No, that's it. Yeah, it's your indecision surrounding something that is throwing you off here the most. Because the lack of temperance or moderation between the head and the heart is kind of eclipsing out the heart. And it is causing illusion. But I think that if you actually tune into your heart and your deeper intuitive knowing here, the truth is that you will be able to see clearly, but you're not going to see clearly through throwing yourself off balance, like overthinking something. And the illusion is coming directly from being in like undecided about it, and then like continuing to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So that's what I see for you. Okay. Yeah, there's some sort of tie to the past here, but it is your allowing your fears and doubts from that past situation to seep in that's creating this indecision in the present. And it's the indecision and the not committing to just like fucking around and finding out to a degree that is that's making you feel disempowered to the point that you can't really move, is what I sort of feel like. Move forwards. I love you too. I love you too. Thanks for being here, babes. All right. We're moving on to Cancer. Cancer. Cancer babies. Where are my water babies at? Where are my water babies at? What's up, interesting times? How are you, love? Thank you for your kind comment the other day, too, on the other all signs reading. I appreciated it. I always do. Okay. Let's see. Oh, that's not the right deck. There we go. Crabby cakes, my little crabby cakes. my Cancers need to know about their eclipse season? Eclipse season. A little more shuffling. That's better. Much better. More. There you go. One more. That one. Okay. Get some oracle cards. What's up, Stephanie? Whoa. I see the way that flung over there. Answer. My goodness. Okay. Lord. You've been meaning to catch me live? Well, I'm glad that you did. I'm glad that I've been on more. Energies always hit me very early. So I feel like I've already moved through most of the intensity of eclipse season, and most of like the bitch slaps of truth and all of that to the face have already had their way with me. That's why there was a bit of a phase of me not being as present on the channel, like that is already past. And now I'm becoming more present. So hopefully that's beneficial to you guys, because now while you're in the thick of it, I can be here to support you. But I think it's just because of my own energetic sensitivity. I always like experience things ahead of time. So yeah, it's I've already had my ass kicked by these energies. That's for sure. Let's see. What Cancer's seen in fire? Okay. Okay. That's very interesting. I'll leave that there in case that comes up. That's a theme. Okay, Cancer. Hi, Cancer. Hi, beautifuls. I hope you're doing well. Okay, let's see what's going on here for you during this eclipse season. So the overall energetic theme is coming up for you as the star, Aquarian energy. And then you have this card, which says empath, boundaries, rest, demonstrate, and intentional. This is feeling very Cancerian to me, with the rest, with the empath, boundaries, all of that. Empowered empath is what that's coming through as. I really like this. It's coming through actually as finding balance with your boundaries and how you assert them. Um, yeah. Because I think that sometimes, yeah, this is coming through as a very positive lesson or strengthening of something that you definitely deal with a lot as a water sign and as just Cancerians, I feel like. Um, the thing about Cancer is that's so interesting is you can be like the softiest. You can be the softest, squishiest little crabby cakes, but then the next second you can also be like, like, don't F with me. And it's sometimes just when I feel like oftentimes it's when someone oversteps or when you feel as though someone has taken advantage or taken your kindness for weakness, or if somebody fucks with somebody that you love. Like, do not get in the way of a Cancer if you are going to F with the people that they love. That is just not going to go well for you. But let's clarify this a little bit more. I'm seeing there being healing though. And I think that it also has to do with, I'm seeing your own intuition being healed and strengthened a little bit as well, like your own empathic qualities, but it's because you're applying boundaries in a healthy way and you're knowing how to do that, because I think you are giving yourself the rest that you need during this season with the intense energies, so that you can demonstrate your boundaries as you need to, but you're doing it in more of an intentional way rather than like being open, and then like someone fucks with you and then you lose your shit, right? It's coming through as not being quite as like black and white or extreme on the spectrum. So I feel like you're finding more balance here. And there's a level of healing that's coming along with that. Deep healing to you. Yeah, it's allowing you to move forwards more openly and more confidently with your heart on your sleeve. Not feeling so exposed is what I'm getting, which is really great. Okay. Your signifier going into eclipse season is coming through as the Hierophant in reverse, with this card of Mercury in Taurus resistance. So this is double Taurian energy here. Okay. Can you tell me more about this Hierophant in reverse? I kind of think that how it's coming through, yeah, huh. It's interesting. There's something that is not it's like you're dealing with something that you haven't dealt with traditionally. It's not traditional, or it's different from things or people maybe that you've dealt with in the past. There's something that is like not totally known to you about something. For that reason, you may have had like a little bit of an intuitive blind spot surrounding something. It's almost like because something doesn't function the way that like anything else you've experienced does, you've actually had a hard time getting a read on it, and you may have had a little bit of resistance to it, to either like expressing yourself to it or to the way that this thing expresses itself to you. But I feel like you have had difficulty trusting yourself to truly or fully engage or commit to something, whether that is a person, an opportunity, something like that. It's just something that you haven't really experienced before. And so there's a level of internal almost conflict that was creating a little bit of resistance. But I'm seeing that there is something that's going to be revealed to you about this season that makes you realize, I think, well, it's going to uncover something for you that you haven't been seeing clearly. Some sort of revelation. Is there anything else about that High Priestess in reverse you want to share here, or should I just continue forwards? Yeah, they just want me to keep going. They're kind of saying, like, if you invest a little bit at a time. So the Seven of Pentacles is like just putting the seeds, like going along, digging the hole, putting the seed in, covering it up, doing another one, right? It's kind of like chop wood, carry water a little bit. Like, wake up, do the thing, be kind of fall in love with the process. Don't get too stressed in your head about it. And as you do that, the thing is going to become more and more clear. As you invest in the process, you will, like, something will unravel or something will reveal itself more and more to you, is what I'm seeing. So your energy is a little bit, like I said, a little bit up in arms, maybe, or resistant, or just uncertain about whatever this is. But I do see that it's almost like you're not inspired to submit to this form of fulfillment, or what this is offering you, or the way that it's offering fulfillment to you. But it's because it's not coming to you in, it's coming to you in like an original form, something that you're not, again, it's not, you're not used to. So like, let's say if this is a person, then they may not be necessarily your type, which isn't a bad thing. It's actually pretty good, I think, sometimes to, you know, mess around a little bit outside of your type. You can be pleasantly surprised sometimes by that. And if it's just a situation or like a hobby or something that you're feeling called into, or like, let's say maybe you're, I don't know, maybe you have an opportunity to go somewhere traveling and it's not the first place that would have been on your list. I think that it's still going to be, it would still, whatever this is, it's still going to offer you a level of fulfillment. It's just that you're not necessarily seeing how you'll be fulfilled by it initially, because it's not coming in like an expected or known form, if that makes sense to you. So what's shifting for you is the King of Pentacles. Yes. Tell me more about the King of Pentacles. I do see whatever this is having quite a bit to offer you. Specifically, I think this could be kind of a grounding force, maybe, for you. The Nine of Swords. Okay. I think that there's some fear surrounding what you don't see, what you don't know. Again, that's just too many cards. But what is the anxiety surrounding? Can you tell me a little more about the Nine of Swords? The truth of something. It's so interesting because it's almost like you see the truth of something and it is good, but because it's maybe like maybe you're attracted to people who are like the King of Cups. Like, they're very emotional, they're very sentimental, they're very I don't know, something like that. They have their heart on their sleeve, and then somebody comes in and they're very practical. They're grounded. They're put together. They might focus more on, I don't know, forming like a grounded, practical strategy to like work towards something. The King of Pentacles is very Taurian. They could be more in a state of moderation surrounding their emotions. They may not be as immediately like wide open, right? But there's something about the truth of what this is that kind of causes you anxiety, but this is shifting. And I feel like the more that you kind of get comfortable with the uncomfortable or comfortable with the unknown, and again, like kind of let it reveal itself to you more and more, I see that you become more comfortable with the truth of what this is, and your anxiety sort of starts to dissipate, which I think is really positive. And this doesn't have to be a relationship. I'm just kind of using that as an example. But I see you opening up to whatever this is, and realizing that maybe it's a little bit more of a healing kind of, that it has more potential, or that it could be good for you in ways that maybe you weren't initially seeing. Okay. So your challenge is the Devil in reverse. Okay, what's that all about? What's that all about? What's the Devil in reverse for Cancer? The Moon, yeah. And the Sun in reverse. Whoa. It's the assumption that what is unknown is going to be disappointing. There's a lot of major arcanas coming up for you. The Star, the High Priestess, the Hierophant, the Devil, the Sun, the Moon. There's definitely a lot. Sorry, I was painting the fence outside today. I got eaten by mosquitoes and now I'm itchy as hell. If you see me scratching, mind your business. That's what I'm seeing this as, though. It's like the assumption that what you cannot see or what you don't know is automatically not going to be the sun. Like, it's not going to be fulfilling. It's not going to be what you need, just because it's not maybe known. But that assumption comes from a place of fear and uncertainty, which has the devil written all over it, right? So the challenge is to overcome that, to kibosh that, essentially, to understand that this symbol that the devil is making here with his hand, that symbol means all you see is all there is. The devil doesn't want you to believe that unless you can see it, that unless you've already experienced it, unless like you can say for sure and you can touch it, you can feel it, you can taste it, then it doesn't exist, which is obviously complete bullshit, because there is like a whole emotional, spiritual, mental realm, right, of things. It's not just the physical. And some of the best things in life are in the non-physical, some of the best experiences, but they do require faith of us because you can't see. Or some things that end up being the best things for us are things that we have to take a leap out into, or we have to surrender in order to achieve them. So the devil, that is an energy of fear. That is an energy of like, you can't trust that. You can't trust that. You shouldn't take the chance. You should stay in my shackles, not questioning these things, not looking any further, just assuming that what you can't see is scary. If you walk out into the moon energy, you're not, it's not going, the sun's never going to come up on the horizon on the other side of that. But that is not true. So the greatest challenge for you is to question and challenge your own doubts, fears, hesitancy, wounds, triggers, anything surrounding the unknown, or doing something different, or opening yourself up to something that is not traditional or not the norm for you. That's what's wanting to be challenged here. Your advice is the Six of Swords in reverse. yeah, it's kind of, again, it's looking at like where are you not allowing your perspective to broaden, or where is your perception being restricted or limited in a space that is kind of in turmoil, or there's a mentality that is at conflict here. Hmm. And then there's I need to clarify this, but these are the oracle cards that came out to clarify that Six of Swords in reverse. There's this one where like it says here, you a hoe, and then there is Mercury in Scorpio, extremism. Like I'm wondering if this is a person for some of you, I'm wondering if they're showing up almost with like, it's not, it might come through to you as a like a coolness or like a bit of a detachment, but I feel like it's more just like they're not emotionally extreme. And again, maybe what you're used to is people who, again, like more like the King of Cups, who are a little bit more like you in terms of they lead with their heart, they lead with emotional expression. It doesn't have to be extreme, but it's just coming through as like if somebody isn't expressing, like if that is what this is about, if someone's not expressing themselves emotionally, if they're coming through as more grounded, you could maybe interpret that as being like, oh, well, you're not that invested. You're just like, use a hoe. He's for the streets, something like that. I want to clarify that a little more. It's an assumption, though, I think that's being made, again, because something is not what you normally go for. The Wheel of Fortune. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Like, I think that there is something here that is quite fortunate, because this is a lot of abundance. And there's the Three of Pentacles, but it's coming through as very grounded. Not necessarily showing up as like super emotional, but it's almost coming through as this could be something that could be, yeah, look at that. That's the Empress behind that. Something that could be actually very good for you, but maybe just not really in the package. It's almost like coming through as this might be what you actually need, but maybe not, you don't know you need it because it's not what you have come to want. So again, it might fall outside of your normal. Like the universe might be trying to give you something that would be more grounding for you, or that once you establish like a baseline with something, even though it's not what you traditionally go for, you could actually end up feeling a lot more safe, supported, grounded, stable, in a way that you can actually embody your feminine a lot more safely. It's almost like you're not competing with the emotions of another, or you're not in more of an emotionally turbulent or intense relationship. And that's not to say that this person, if this is a person, that they don't have emotions either, but they're coming through as more grounded. What if this is not a person? Then I just feel like it's something that you're not quite seeing clearly yet, because you're not really understanding the dynamics of it yet. You might need a little bit more information. And I think that to gain more information, it would be like, don't just reject that interview. Maybe go to the first interview despite some resistance initially that you might have to it. Like, I don't know if that's going to be right for me. It's like, we'll just go to the interview and see what they have to say about what they're offering, kind of thing. It would be sort of like that, you know? That's what I'm seeing for you, Cancer. I don't see this being a bad thing, but I do think that you've got a little bit of hesitancy about moving towards something, and it's kind of coming through as like a mental stress that's causing a bit of resistance. It's just because it's not like your usual. I'm seeing that it actually offers you something quite abundant and beneficial, though. It's just in a package that is maybe not as expected. So that's what I see for you here. All right, let's move on to Leo. What's going on for Leo? I don't know where Loons is. I think she's in my room, sleeping. She might come say hi at some point. Leo. Wow, okay. Okay. All right. Clarify. Okay. Hi, Leo. How are you guys doing? I hope you're doing well. Alrighty. Let's see what's going on for you in eclipse season, my loves. Okay. Okay, so all of your tarot cards did come out in reverse. So for me, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it just means maybe that you feel like the energy has been a bit confusing, stagnant, or stuck in some area, whether that is physically, emotionally, mentally, whatever, some combination of all. But we'll dive into that and see kind of what comes out. I just wanted to just mention that because I noticed it. Okay. So the Knight of Swords in reverse with this oracle card here is what came out as your overall energetic theme here. Knight of Swords in reverse with ew feelings. Ew feelings. Okay. With the Knight of Swords in reverse, that's interesting though. What is the Knight of Swords in reverse? The Two of Wands and the Nine of Wands. Okay. Why the Nine of Wands though for this? Why? Why does it feel that way? Okay, but is that Leo or is that the person, the other person? Can you tell me? Is that the other person? No. Okay. All right. I think that there's something that might not be seen completely clearly here, Leo. And because it's not being seen clearly, it feels heavy. And because it feels heavy, you are more maybe inclined to just be wanting to like kibosh it a little bit. It's almost like you don't want to deal with like something doesn't feel perfectly clear, and so I feel like it freaks you out a little bit. And so you might feel more like repressing or just like pushing away or ignoring your feelings surrounding something altogether just because it's not completely cut and dry, but it's coming through as though it's not totally cut and dry because of your own indecision. Like it's more, there's something that you can't decide what something is. And I think that is like the back and forth on it is kind of what's throwing you off about the truth of it. So it might be less about whether something or someone. I'm getting for a lot of you this is a person. It's like you're kind of just getting annoyed with your feelings around someone because you can't really decide maybe like if they're being honest with you, if they're an authentic person, if there's someone that is worth your time or not. But it's showing me that you have a choice to make this eclipse season, and the choice feels heavy. It feels a little burdensome. It's a choice that's going to take like a push through to make. And you're undecided about whether you want to maybe like apply the energy to do that. But they're saying that the apprehension to do that is coming from a personal insecurity. Maybe like, and this isn't totally like you, but maybe not feeling like you're enough, or maybe not knowing clearly what you would have to offer this situation in some way. Because you're signifying energy going into eclipse season here is the Ten of Pentacles in reverse with Mercury in Aries, restlessness. So I do feel like, and then when I asked like where the indecision was coming from, it came out as the King of Pentacles in reverse, and they were saying that's your energy. So if this is reversed for some of you, then take it as that. However it resonates for you, or if it's not your message, you can check your other placements. But this is the message that's coming through. There's a decision that you're struggling to make because you're not seeing something clearly. You're not able to like land on like, this is what I believe that to be. It's almost like you believe something to be one thing, but then you go back on it, you hesitate. But it's like an inability to trust yourself around your perspective, the call that you're making on something. But I feel like that's coming from this insecurity, the King of Pentacles and the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. There's an underlying restlessness as well that's not helping, because it's creating, I feel like, a bit of tension or impatience maybe surrounding making this choice. There's the Ace of Cups and the Chariot and Page of Wands. Wow. I think there's something that you could feel like someone is moving a little bit recklessly and it stresses you out a bit. You yourself, though, it's showing me you're restless to make a certain choice or call on something. It's almost like I think that you've been back and forth over something or someone for a little bit now, and you're getting to the point where you're tired and you're like, hey, I want to make this choice, but you still don't know exactly where you land on it. And I think somebody else's approach to the situation might be confusing you or stressing you out again. They are coming through as someone who is like, I know how I feel. I love you and I want to move forwards. They have a lot of conviction, but they also have this like childlike energy, the Page of Wands, and they're fiery, they're passionate, they're hopeful, they're here with their little like fiddle or violin, and they're like, let's go, like let's go. Let's leap out into love, you know? And it's like they were ready like yesterday to do this. But it's kind of showing me that there's a cycle that needs to end, the closure of some sort of big cycle that would need to end for this to happen. So this could be someone that you have a bit of a history with, and the history has been a little mixed. Like maybe you and this person, like let's say this is an ex or someone that you have a history with where there has been pain. This person is coming through, they could be coming back around, right? And saying like, hitting you up in your DMs, and they're like, look, like I know we've been on a break, I know the past sucked, I'm aware that we hurt each other, that there's a lot of grief, but like I fucking love you, bro. Like I want to move forwards. I've been thinking about this, I'm convicted, I have hope still. You're the one that I want. And you're just not quite there yet. And maybe their approach feels like a little bit erratic to you, or you just don't understand how. It's not that you don't understand how they got there, but you're like, okay, you're seeing the same thing as I am. Like, you know that there's been grief and pain between us in the past, but yet you're still showing up like, hey, we're fated, though, despite the rockiness of the past. I still believe that the Wheel of Fortune, like, we're fated or something like that, and I still want to put effort into moving forwards and investing in this with the Knight of Pentacles and the Seven of Pentacles. But I think that it's their energy and like passionate approach that's coming through, and they are, I don't know, it's almost like you're having a little bit of difficulty trusting it, and it's making you a little anxious or restless, but something about the approach is maybe turning you off a bit. I'm not sure. But there's something about your energy that maybe you're not seeing that is affecting things. Like, you might be seeing this person as being unstable in their approach, but that could be a projection of something else in your life, and specifically in your physical reality, that is feeling unstable right now. That's what that's coming through as. It's less that you can't trust what this person is saying, or that it's not true, and it's more that the pressure that their approach and the vigor or the excitement of it is putting on you to make up your mind, when you are kind of showing me that you're in a little bit of like an unstable place. Something in regards to your physical reality. Or maybe you're afraid that going after this is going to throw off your physical reality, or imbalance you in some sort of way. So what's shifting for you is the Hierophant in reverse. Let's see what that's about. What's the Hierophant in reverse? The High Priestess. The Hierophant and the High Priestess came out together in Cancer's reading. You might want to watch that. And the Queen of Swords. Yeah. I'm seeing that you haven't committed to whatever this is. And part of it, again, is because you haven't felt like you can see completely clearly, or like you don't have all the answers yet. What's shifting, though, with the High Priestess and the Queen of Swords together, you're definitely going to have what it takes to see this clearly and to choose to make a decision during eclipse season about this. The High Priestess is like intuition, and the Queen of Swords is logic and discernment. So you have like everything that you need in order to see clearly surrounding this and make the choice that you've been struggling to make. That's what's shifting for you. But so far you haven't made a commitment to this. It's showing that you've been quite like on the fence about it. There is a choice to make, and it's time to make that choice. With the Two of Wands, it is like, it represents active decision making. So you could feel that during eclipse season you do feel pushed a little bit, and you might feel some pressure or restlessness come up to make a choice about something. This could be someone that also that really wants to commit to you, or something that requires quite a level of grounded commitment, that is maybe offering you a lot. Because the Ten of Pentacles in the Hierophant, that is deep commitment. That can be marriage. That can be a foundation that you commit to, that kind of like you build your life on, and or it can become a legacy. It could be someone that you build a family with. But it's something very solid that does require consistent effort, time, energy, effort, commitment, that sort of thing. It's something that it's kind of like long-term thinking, or being in it, like playing the long game, because you want something to last. So maybe that's also why this person's approach is confusing you a little bit, or it's like you're having trouble seeing maybe how this, if this is a person and they're coming in, you're like, is all of that like that optimism, that like zest for life, is that truly sustainable, or is that going to burn out, because this person, they're coming through as being very like just having a lot of energy, a lot of passion, and maybe you don't see it. Maybe you're having trouble taking it seriously because it seems very I don't know, like just excitable or something like that, too passionate, too inspired, which again is not really necessarily like you, because you are very passionate and inspired too, but you're also fixed. And when you choose to point that passion and inspiration somewhere, it's because it's coming from a grounded, convicted place in your spirit and your heart. It's not coming from somewhere like wishy-washy that could be easily thrown off. So maybe that's where like the disconnect is happening here. You're not really sure if that person's energy can be sustained. The challenge is the Page of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. Well, I think that the challenge is just not really being open to an opportunity. The Page of Pentacles is also someone though who is not really, they don't really believe in their own ability to accept a specific opportunity. Like normally the Page of Pentacles in the upright would be someone who is opportunistic, but not in a negative way. Opportunistic in that they're open, they kind of like constantly have that beginner brain or sense of like wonder and awe at the world. So when new opportunities are presented to them, they don't really they don't hesitate, or they're not too fearful. They're kind of open to try whatever and just see how they feel about it as they move through it, knowing that they're going to learn something out of it no matter what, about themselves or about the world, or they're going to learn a new skill, something like that. But with the challenge being the Page of Pentacles in reverse, it's almost like there's not an openness to that, like to learn more, or to, just to like make yourself available to something. Okay. So your advice is the Star in reverse. Okay, and it came out with this card, Venus in Pisces, submission. And this card as well, which says we all start as strangers. There's something here about like starting at ground zero, starting over again. I'm trying to look at a song. Oh my goodness, the moon is gorgeous right now. I just saw it out my window and it's like bright orange because there's a lot of smoke right now in Alberta because of like wildfires that are happening. So there's been like smoke warning, but the moon is like bright orange. I'm guessing because of the smoke. It's so pretty though. Oh, love it. What's that song? I think it's called, let me see. My Spotify. It's here somewhere. Yeah, okay. It's called, is that the one? I think it's called Undressed by Somber. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, that could be at the root of this, maybe. I wonder if there's someone that, like, are you still thinking about someone from the past, maybe? And so you're struggling to let a new option in or something? Or is this someone from the past that, again, that maybe feels like a new person? That's what it is. Okay. You know how I said that this is someone who's coming in with like renewed optimism, but you might not know if you can trust it. And so you're kind of feeling more inclined to repress your feelings around this or push them away. Um, the lyrics to this song, part of them, he says, I don't want to get undressed for a new person all over again. I don't want to kiss someone else's neck and have to pretend it's yours instead. So in the song, he's talking about like, I don't want to have to open up to someone new all over again, right? We all start as strangers. But it's like, I don't want to start over again. Like, it's almost coming through as like one, well, in the song, it's about going through a breakup and then just being like, I don't want to throw myself back out into the dating pool, honestly. Like, I don't feel like opening up to somebody else again, starting the whole process from ground zero again. But with this, I'm getting like you are not feeling like you want to do that with maybe with the same person again, like starting over again, but with the same person for some of you. It's almost like it feels like it's asking a lot of you, but your advice is like, what is not healed there? Is there something that's not healed within you that's making you like, is it actually that you don't have feelings for this person? I don't think it is, because you're telling me that you do. It's just that you don't necessarily love the fact that you do, or you're saying like, ew, feelings. I think that it's that your feelings make you feel restless, and maybe because in the past you haven't felt as though this is completely stable. This could be someone that in the past maybe they weren't all in. Maybe they were a little bit more on the fence or uncertain. And then let's say you took a break and now they're coming back and they are like, now I'm sure, but now you're like, now I'm unsure because of your uncertainty in the past, right? They're sort of saying to come at it from the perspective of understanding that it's almost like you would, even if you got to know somebody else, like even if you, let's say you decided to decline this person's, I am getting that this is like a person that's coming in. It's coming in pretty strongly as that, but it's like even if you were to date someone brand new that's not this person, you would still have to submit to the unknown. Like we all start as strangers, right? When you first meet someone, you don't know. So they're kind of saying, look at first of all, like what have you not healed that would be causing you to have an aversion to your own feelings about this situation, because it feels like this person's coming back around having healed any aversion that they had in the past, or like hesitancy or doubt, but you now have that. So they're wanting you to look at what that might be, but then also to see this person maybe as a whole new person. Look at them as a stranger that you are getting to know for the first time if you can. Just like anybody else knew that you would be dating, like after this person, if it was somebody else, for instance. That's kind of what it's coming through as. Is there anything else for Leo? I feel like that's the message. It's quite a specific message. I think that there was an assumption that you made here, like the way that this person presented themselves in the past, it wasn't balanced. There wasn't balance. It's almost coming through though as like the two of you have just been out of sync. It's like it's a timing thing or an alignment thing is what this feels like. Like in the past, there may have been, well, in the past and now, I think that there's an energetic imbalance. And it's maybe there's been a call made that like this thing is not, this situation or this person is not going to be something that can offer me balance and stability, because there hasn't been in the past. But they're sort of saying that it's been like that more because of timing and the two of you being out of sync. So in the past, this person, maybe they had their own insecurities or they were working through things. I don't think that they're really an erratic person who doesn't know how to make up their mind and be all in, for instance. I think they can be stable when they want to be, but they had to have time to get to be ready. And I don't think that they were before. And now it's almost like the tables have turned, and now you feel as though you're not ready but you're basing it less on how you feel truly about this person and more on like how they presented in the past. I think that the advice is to be in the present. Look at how this person is now, because people do change. People change. And so to hold them to who they were in the past when they're showing up in a completely different way would be not really true, right? So it's kind of saying like allow this person to show you who they are now and be present. Again, it's like almost allow yourself to open up and treat this person as though they are a stranger that you're getting to know for the first time, and take them as they're presenting now. And obviously, like, make sure that that's consistent, right? Make sure that it is sustainable. And if they show you that it's not, and they like slip out of that being all in or knowing what they want, and they go into a wishy-washy place, well, then you know that they haven't really changed, right? But I think that there is some sort of validity to like checking this out. That's at least what's kind of coming through for you, okay? All right, we're moving on to Virgo. Virgo. Little Virgos. What does Virgo need to know about eclipse season for them and the energies that they will be dealing with? Okay. Very interesting. It's kind of saying that moderation is not the answer, which is so interesting. Not normally the message that I get. Let's see what has to be said about that. It's like, no, go balls to the wall, buddy. All right. Tell me about the energetic theme here for Virgo. me so many. Yeah, exactly. Whoa. Yeah. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, this time could be a little bit, it's going to be a lot for you, Virgo, because South Nodal eclipse in your sign is never not going to feel like a lot, and probably it's going to have a heaviness to it for sure. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's just saying that, you know, yeah. Ew, what's that? What have you been doing? What have you been doing, buddy? Okay, let's see. You're back. What's up, T-baby? T-baby. Okay. Hello, Virgo. What's up, my loves? Happy birthday. I hope you're doing wonderful, and happy eclipse season. It's your time to shine, my friends. Spirit fingers. So, this looks like a lot. I was just saying before I timestamped you that having a South Nodal eclipse in your sign is going to be intense, for sure. For shizzle. So, I feel like it is going to be incredibly important to kind of like, you might want to be the hermit and go into your little cave with your lantern and just kind of chill the F out a little bit, mostly your mind. It's going to be really important that you rest your mind, that you don't become like paranoid, that you don't make assumptions, that you don't ruminate, that you just keep your head screwed on your shoulders straight, because this is a time where you could spiral. You could spiral real easy, okay? So just be aware of that. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but it means that like there's a good chance, it's the perfect storm, the perfect conditions for such. So just like be aware of that and just act accordingly. Take care of yourself accordingly, okay? But the overall energetic theme of eclipse season for you is the moon in reverse with this oracle card. What would you do if you weren't afraid? Shots fired. Okay. Okay. Your energy, your signifier going in to eclipse season is the Knight of Cups and Venus in Scorpio, secrets. Got that heart on lockdown, huh? Keep your love locked down. Keep your love locked down. Got your love locked down. Keep your love locked down. Okay. Well, this might not be everyone's message, so don't take it if it's not yours, Kay. But what I'm seeing is that you have feelings that you're keeping secret, and eclipse season is going to challenge you. It's saying, what would you do if you weren't afraid? And with the moon in reverse, this is an energy of revealing something. The moon in reverse reveals what has not been revealed before. So essentially, it's going to highlight how your own fears have been keeping, essentially, you've been repressing emotions surrounding something due to fear is what's coming through. Very, like, it's a very clear, the whole message is really clear. I think I'm just going to go through it without clarifying anything because it's so clear. And when I get to the end, I'll dig deeper into anything that I feel like we need to. So what's shifting for you is the Page of Pentacles in reverse. So I think I was just talking about this with Leo. The Page of Pentacles in the upright is someone who, they don't take life too seriously, and they are opportunistic in a very like positive way, not in like a exploitive kind of way, but opportunistic in the sense that like they see a pentacle on the ground, they're going to pick it up, they're going to like rub it off, they're going to see what they can do with that pentacle. They're going to create an opportunity, or if someone offers them an opportunity, even if it's something that they maybe have never done before, something they've never tried, like a new hobby, a new whatever, they're going to give it a shot because they kind of are not afraid to be in that beginner's brain, to be like, well, let's fuck around and find out, like, what's the worst that could happen, let's see. And it's because they know that they will always learn something from that experience, and that worst case scenario, they still learn something. Best case scenario, that opportunity could lead them who knows where, right? The possibilities are endless. So they're open-minded, they're open-hearted, they're open-handed, and honestly, the Page of Pentacles is quite an auspicious energy. It's usually like kind of downplayed in the tarot, but because they are so open, there's a lot of potential and possibility that is around the Page of Pentacles. So I'm feeling like you haven't been open to something with the Page of Pentacles in reverse here, and it could be something specific, or it could just be you have been kind of shut down to new opportunities in general, maybe because you experienced a disappointment, maybe because your ego took a hit in some way, maybe because you've been feeling tired, maybe because you haven't it could be a few things with the Page of Pentacles, but it's coming through as kind of like a lack of belief in self more than anything. That's usually what it is that prevents someone from taking a new opportunity, right? It's like a doubt that they have in themselves. But that's shifting for you. So I feel like, yeah, something with that's going to be changing, meaning you might be more open to trying something new, whether it's something specific or not, whether it's just like, it could be anything, right? It doesn't need to be something specific. It could just be that you're finding you're opening yourself up more to things, to trying things that scare you, or to putting yourself back out there after being knocked off the horse, like getting back up and kind of brushing your knees off and pick yourself up and try again, right? The challenge is the sun. Okay. You gotta let yourself be happy here. The sun can only shine if you let it here. So with the sun as your challenge, it's let happiness in. Let yourself be open to the possibility of fulfillment. See how like this little baby, naked baby on a horse under this big old sun, just no defenses, just naked and free, right? That's kind of the approach of the Page of Pentacles as well, right? They're open. It's an energy of receptivity and acceptance, right? So the challenge being the sun is like, you got to open yourself up to the possibility of being happy in order to try new opportunities and see if said opportunity will be the thing to make you happy. Or you have to let yourself be open to an opportunity that you know could make you happy, but you're just afraid because of something from the past, or because you're not feeling your most confident maybe in some way. Okay. Your advice is the Hierophant. You're being asked to commit to a completely new approach to something, not the way that you've done things at all. Completely different approach. And in order to take a completely different approach and actually be committed to it, because they're saying that this completely different approach is what will be successful and what you've been doing is not successful. It's requiring you to look at something that is a little bit, it might be a little difficult for you to look at, but really all it's requiring of you is you have to be accountable for yourself. So you have to be real with yourself. Okay, so they want you to take a whole new approach, an eccentric approach. And with, this is Saturn in Aquarius. So it's like breaking the boundaries of what is traditional, doing something like outside the box, looking at something outside of the box, actually like being committed to making the non-traditional your new traditional approach. So it's like an act of, it's like rebel with a cause. Know why you're doing it, but then boldly choose a completely different approach to something. And this is what they're highlighting the new approach needs to be. So if you're triggered about anything, that's your problem. Deal with it. It's never anyone's issue but your own. The sickness of society today has people believing they should walk on eggshells so as not to trigger anyone. Nope, your triggers are what you need to heal. This is kind of like you might have been here and you need to like, kind of put yourself back together again. There's something that has been triggering you because it's been preventing you from like, it's showing me that there's been a defensiveness. You've been keeping a strong feeling surrounding something secret. Venus in Scorpio, that's like real strong feels. Knight of Cups, strong feelings, but yet they've been locked down. They've been repressed. Why? Because you've been afraid. However, eclipse season, the moon in reverse, it's going to say like, do the thing you're afraid of. So the approach is like facing, they're saying that the reason you haven't done whatever is because it's been triggering you. And the trigger is your own. The trigger is fear-based. So there's something I feel like, and again, if this is not your message, don't take it. Don't get triggered by it and take it out on me, please. Please don't project. But it is saying that for whoever message this is, you have been projecting your own fear and trigger onto something else. And you need to realize that and face your own trigger and deal with it, or else you're not going to get anywhere here. You may have been like, there's something here about being incredibly rigid and expecting someone else to like bend for you or walk on eggshells to like accommodate your fear. No, deal with your fear. You deal with your fear. Nobody else needs to do that for you but you, right? That is what this card is saying, and that's just true. It's like if you're triggered, that's a you thing. So face it head on, get your shits together, go from this to this, like essentially contain yourself again. Because the thing is that like if you are not facing the trigger, it's never going to go away, and nothing that anyone can do is going to make you feel more secure. They're never like someone walking on eggshells and trying to accommodate your trigger is just, it's enabling you. It's enabling your fearful behavior, and it's not making you strong. It's making you weak and inauthentic. Right? And we all do, like every single human on earth has done this before. Everybody has things that they're triggered about, and then we are like, looking at a trigger is a very uncomfortable thing. But this is very South Nodal eclipse vibes. Like this is Yes, this is pretty much exactly what I would expect. And it's not easy. It's gonna feel, it in itself is going to feel a little triggering. Like the universe being like, hey, we're pushing all of your buttons because the thing that you're most afraid to say or do is exactly what you're supposed to say or do, because that is what, like, that's what you're standing in your own way by not doing it, by not facing your fear, by not addressing your trigger and dealing with it. So the thing is about a trigger, right, is that whatever is triggering the trigger has nothing to do with the trigger itself. The trigger was there from something before. It's just whatever is provoking the trigger is pushing the button, right? So you need to, in order to deal with the trigger, you have to look at like where did that come from originally? Why is the fear there that is being so deeply provoked now? And then you have to work through your own fear. It's essentially a shadow work. That's what it is. It's shadow work, south nodal eclipse shit. This is not surprising to me at all that this is what you're going to be facing. And it's, yeah, so just again, be very gentle with yourself. But what you are being asked, what is required of you, is that I think that you'll find that no matter where you go, your trigger will be provoked and pushed. So you could like remove yourself from one situation and the next one you get into will trigger you the exact same way. And it's because spirit and the universe is saying you have to deal with this. You have to deal with this. You're being asked to deal with this. And the only way is by taking a completely different approach to it, because the one that you've been taking, I think, is like, again, trying to just avoid the trigger by complete avoidance of something. So you could just ignore situations that make you uncomfortable and just like run away from them instead of facing them. But again, it's like you're not actually running from the situation, you're running from your own trigger, and that trigger is going to continue getting triggered in every situation until you actually deal with it, right? So there needs to be like an actual ability to face yourself head on, because it's not the things that you're facing that are poking the trigger that are the problem. It's the not facing the trigger itself that is causing the issue. Okay, so yeah, it feels like you are definitely going to be dared here. Like the universe is like, you have to do something that scares you. So yeah, I think that it will just continue coming up in whatever form, no matter how much you run from it, because you're running from yourself here. Okay. What do I want to clarify? Can you tell me about the sun being the challenge? Why is the sun the challenge? The Three of Pentacles. Yeah, because you have to work with someone rather than just being like, you come to me, you do it my way because I'm triggered kind of thing. No, you have to meet something halfway. But you can only meet something halfway if you like look at your own stuff and are accountable for yourself, right? Otherwise you can't really like show up equally in equal parts. So if there's a part of yourself that you're like, that's off limits, or like, I'm leaving if that gets triggered or if that gets provoked, that's a fear response, a trauma response, and it won't allow you to cooperate or collaborate with people in a fair way. So there's something here again that like it is the sun, and it will offer you a whole lot of abundance, joy, fulfillment. And this could be literally anything, right? But if you can't show up and work with it, like actually show up with like an openness and if you're not willing to work with a situation or an opportunity, well, then you're going to miss the opportunity. So yes, the sun is in front of you, but if you're too afraid to face your triggers surrounding whatever that, like, whatever opening yourself up to that opportunity requires of you, then you'll miss the opportunity, right? So yeah, really this eclipse season is about facing some sort of fear or trigger that you have. And that is it. And it might even be here, let's clarify this a little bit more, because it could even be that you're not even being honest with yourself about your emotions. Like, you may be keeping your feelings surrounding something from somebody else or from everyone. But with this, you could also be hiding it from yourself as well. Like, scorpionic placements are super intelligent, and sometimes to bypass our own intelligence, we will like, I just got called out on this in like a reading that I was watching right before this, by The Quietest Revolution. I love, Umber is just amazing. But her Scorpio reading, she was basically saying like that sometimes Scorpios will be like, there's an emotional avoidance that can come with Scorpio, and it's because the avoidance has to be so strong with a Scorpio because they are so emotionally intelligent. Like, they're not stupid. So in order to like be ignorant to something that they're very intelligent, they clearly see, they have to go to the like swing to the whole other side, the other extreme, which is just like, okay, I'm gonna make myself completely delusional now by denying this emotional truth within me, right? And they'll do that for many different reasons. Sometimes because it's scary. Come here, Noonie. Usually because it's scary. Usually because they're triggered. Usually because like there's trust issues, or they've been hurt in the past, or they're afraid, right? Like that's the main reason. But that's what I'm seeing here a little bit, is like you might be denying your own emotional truth to the point of being like keeping your own emotional truth so hidden from yourself that there is like a delusion that, yeah, it's to alleviate a lot of discomfort that this brings up in you. Yeah, there's the delusion right there, or the illusion, or the assumption. The Page of Swords in reverse, though, is not seeing something clearly. There's really strong scorpionic energy here. Holy shite, really strong scorpionic energy. They're saying that to avoid grief, you're claiming that something isn't what it is. It's like you're making a judgment call to spare yourself pain. So you're assuming that like something, it would be like, that's toxic, that's gonna hurt me, when really that thing might be genuine, might be abundant, might be open, might have pure intentions, but the way that you're looking at it is not clear, and it's clouded by your own fears and triggers. But I think in order to like avoid the discomfort of those triggers, that's why you're hiding your emotional truth from yourself, because that emotional truth would force you to feel these very uncomfortable feelings, inner tension, inner conflict. And then also I think that there's some sort of like guilt, shame, resentment, or there's something here that's not going to feel comfortable to face. I'm just gonna say it. It's not gonna feel comfortable to face because it's the moon. This is where your triggers reside. This is your dark like shadow, your unconscious, your subconscious, your fears, your wounds, your shame, your insecurities. All of those things are hidden under the moon. However, the theme of eclipse season is like, you gotta go there. The place that you want to go least is where it's going to ask you to go. But I think that there's going to be such a huge sense of relief once you do this, because you can only run from yourself for so long, and to do so is so exhausting. It is so exhausting. And people will not do this for you. Like, for a lot of people won't walk on eggshells because they're like, okay, I can see that this is about you. It doesn't actually have anything to do with me, right? So I don't like, it's not realistic to ask the world to bend around like a fear that you have so that you don't have to face that fear, right? I'm speaking in general terms, like for anyone to do this, not just you. So that's something that you're going to have to face, but it is going to feel uncomfortable. However, the payoff is very, very great. The sun is like everything that you could ever, yeah. The sun is the most abundant and joyful energy in the tarot. So whatever that is for you, there's something that needs to close, a cycle that needs to close, and I think that it has to do with emotional avoidance and running away from things as a means of avoiding pain. But really, you are just, there's a big stagnancy that's happening here, and I think that that's what's going to ultimately force you to address like the truth of something, your actual feelings surrounding something, because that stagnancy will be pervasive in every area of your life. So it will just cause blockages in every area of your life until you face it, because that's how energy works, right? You can shut yourself down in one area, but then energy affects energy, and really there are no boundaries. Like, separation is an illusion. So all energy affects all energy. So if you bring that energy into one area of your life, it's going to seep into every area. So for instance, if you shut yourself down emotionally, you're probably going to experience like physical stagnancy and lack. Like intellectual stagnancy, where you don't feel like you're inspired or like you're learning new things, or maybe you might feel like kind of like brain rotty or something like that, right? It's like when you shut down your own authentic truth as well, then that creates quite a bit of conflict within you, because you're not being honest about something. So yes, it's going to feel uncomfortable, as shadow work always does, but I'm feeling like that is pretty clearly what is required of you here this season. So, and again, the payoff is going to be massive. Like, whatever you get from looking at that and being accountable is going to be really huge for you. And I think it's also just going to feel like you regain a lot of your energy once you do that as well. So that's beneficial. So whatever that is for you, even if it's not like, for some of you, it won't even come to you right away. Like, you might not even know what that is. It will be revealed to you. If you don't know what it is, it's because you've repressed it, or you've done that Scorpio thing, like what I was talking about, where you have the emotional denial, right? So whatever that is, it's definitely going to come up for you during eclipse season. So just, yeah, try not to run from it, because it will chase you wherever you go, since it is like coming up from inside of you. It's not something that's actually being triggered by your surroundings. It's something that is, you're carrying with you everywhere that you go, and that's why it's going to keep on coming up and coming up and coming up until it is actually dealt with. Okay, so that's what I see, Virgo. I love you. Love you so much. Okay, we're moving on to Libra. Let's see what's going on for my Librans. No judgment, by the way. That has been the last year of my life, essentially. So definitely no judgment. I understand completely how uncomfortable it is, and how easy it is to like just point the finger at somebody else and be like, you're the problem. But it's like, the truth is, though, that we don't have strong like responses. We don't have trigger responses when we've healed and dealt with the triggers. Then there is no fear, there is no reason to need to like run away. Only scared people run, right? So it's like, only like people with unresolved wounds and things get triggered, because otherwise there is nothing to trigger, there is nothing to poke. So it is true that like it is only our responsibility, and only we can be accountable to those things. Only we can give things power over us by allowing our fear to be stronger than our will to face something and be sovereign over ourselves and empowered over ourselves. And it's only when we don't allow ourselves to be in that space of personal dominion and empowerment that things are able to affect us. So I think that you'll feel a lot better once you actually look at whatever that is. Okay, let's see what is up with Libra. What's going on with Libra this eclipse season? Oh man. Okay. I feel like it's a season of difficult choices. And if you make the difficult choice, then it's like you're rewarded for sure, as per always, but especially there's like an extra like punch to there's like an intensity or potency to the energy in eclipse season. Like I said, it's like it's gonna dare you and then give you the option, and if you take the option to face the thing and make the hard choice, it's like it's a test, right? It's testing, spiritual testing, karmic testing. You show the universe where you're at, what you're ready for, and it rewards you or gives you, it's karmic, right? It's like action reaction, gives you what you show that you're ready for. So yeah, that seems like the theme. So it's a great opportunity to like make huge strides forwards if you can be present and grounded with what is being provoked or, you know, brought to light within you. And if you're not too scared to face that, or if you can sit with yourself with grace and acceptance no matter what it is that comes up, then it's a time when like magic can happen. But it's also a time when some people will choose to stay stuck, and they will become quite bitter, stifled, resentful, and it's because they will essentially feel as though they're being suffocated from inside, though. And they can project outwards and say like, you're stifling me, you're suffocating me. It's like you are suffocating yourself from the inside, and that's why you're feeling the way you are. And I think that that's showing up for people in a lot of different ways. There's really large, I feel like, Plutonian energy kind of coming through around this, and Pluto will always ask you to look at the shadow and the things that are gonna feel scary to look at, but that's where, when you look at that, your greatest source of empowerment then comes from that, right? Like, what is more powerful than looking at something that you've been scared to look at and integrating that and realizing, well, damn, that thing that I was letting have power over me isn't actually so scary after all. Like, there's nothing like the high of facing the thing that you're the most afraid of, or doing the thing that you're most scared to do. There's nothing that will make you feel like more of a badass than that. Okay, clarify this energetic theme for Libra. Alright. Okay, is that? see. My personal recommendation, though, would be to avoid anyone that's not doing the work, because it's going to, they're not going to be in a good energetic place. They might project a lot, and it's going to be, they're just going to be a very clear, like, energetic, they're going to be in a very clear misalignment with you if you are doing the work to move forwards and engaging with certain people that are in that energy. I feel like healthy boundaries are needed, and just also the recognition that, like, your perception of me is a reflection of you. Your behavior is a reflection of your internal state. So try not to take it personally, but also I want to say, like, have healthy energetic boundaries, because if you're dealing with people that are like still in a state of, I'm not gonna face my triggers, I'm not going to take accountability, I'm going to run away, I'm going to project, I'm going to act like that, you know, then it's just not, it's not gonna vibe with you, it's not gonna feel good, and it's honestly not going to probably leave a great taste in your mouth, but it's also just gonna hold you back a little bit from taking those risks and, like, moving forwards in the way that you're being called to. What's up, bestie? How are you, Yair? Just woke up. What time is it there right now? I don't know what the time difference is. Okay, clarify Libra's signifier. Whoa, that's too many. Oh, it's like almost 9 a.m. Nice. It's like almost midnight here. And more for the advice. Is it feeling good to be home, or just good to be out of Athens, or I'm sad that you didn't have, like, a great experience with Greece, but I guess just with Athens maybe you didn't. But to be fair, Athens was my least favorite part of Greece as well. But I have, like, such a soft spot for Greece that I want everyone to love it as much as I do. Okay. Let's see. Libra. Hi, Libra. Hi, my beautifuls. I hope you're doing well. I'm glad you're feeling better to be out of there anyways. I hope that you're doing well, Libra. We're going to take a look here at what eclipse season is highlighting for you, or what spirit wants to eclipse, what spirit wants to highlight about eclipse season for you. So let's take a look at what that is and see what's happening. Okay, so the overall energetic theme is coming out for you as the Knight of Pentacles. And it's clarified by this quote by Ernest Hemingway, which is, I love this quote so much. It says, the best people possess a feeling for beauty, the courage to take risks, the discipline to tell the truth, the capacity for sacrifice. Ironically, their virtues make them vulnerable. They are often wounded, sometimes destroyed. Yeah. If you an empath out there, put your hands in the air. But this is such, like, I really love this quote so very much. And I like it because he's not just blowing smoke up the ass of these people. He's highlighting the beautiful things about them, but he's also not bypassing the struggle of having those virtues. How sometimes virtues can make you vulnerable. So there's something about that here with your overall energetic theme. I think that you're being asked to move in a way that is virtuous, that is morally aligned, that is just, if you will. But I'm almost wondering if there is something here that is making you feel vulnerable or wounded in that approach. I'm not sure here. Let's see. Let's see. I think it's going to come through when we look here more into your personal energy. Excuse me. I want to take a drink of water here. My throat's getting a little dry. But your signifier going into this eclipse season is the Two of Pentacles with Jupiter in Cancer, speculation. That's better. Where did Luna go? She must have gone away. Okay, the Two of Pentacles and speculation. Yeah, you have decisions to make here. I think that you have eyes on you. But there's also this element of being like, should I? You might be going back and forth here, considering what the implications are of acting. I was talking about this in the Cancerian reading about sort of the duality, the Cancerian duality, their particular brand of duality. And it's that they are so soft and squishy and loving and just like the biggest squishes on the inside, right? But there is an element of Cancerian energy that can be quite aggressive. It's that cardinal energy, right? It's the so soft and squishy on the inside, yes, but they still look like this on the outside, which is not always like the most inviting kind of. If they want to show up that way, then they can. And the thing is that that's beneficial to them. It's not a bad thing, because they need those healthy boundaries. They need that ability to assert themselves, to defend themselves, to assert and defend them, or to assert themselves for the people that they love and the things that they stand up for as well. So it's not a weakness, it's a balance, right? The duality is a balance. But I think that you're looking at this like speculating, okay, well, what if I took the soft approach? What if I took the virtuous approach? What if I took the, the slightly more more guarded or maybe cold approach? And it doesn't have to be like cold, like a bad thing, but cold, like maybe I'm not going to be warm and vulnerable in a certain situation. Maybe I'm not going to speak my heart. Maybe I'm not going to take that risk or tell the truth, or maybe I'm not going to choose to see the beauty in someone or sacrifice myself or something for someone, right? It's not that that's bad, right? It's just that you have two different approaches to handle something. And it's saying that you're signifying energy or the energy that you're embodying moving into this eclipse season. You're already in that place. Oh, she's in her litter box. That's where she went. You're already in that place where you're like, A or B, like which way should I go? And it's saying that you have a tangible choice to make. There's something where like your physical time, energy, effort, resources, and like actual physical movement towards or away from something is what is at stake here. That's what this decision is around. So it's not just like a mental decision. It's not just about you need to make up your mind about how you feel about something or what you think about something. It's something that requires tangible action. So whatever choice you make, you're going to need to take an action, physical action that is aligned with that. So this could be a choice that you're already fully aware of moving into eclipse season. What is shifting for you is the King of Swords in reverse. Loons, come here. I think that you've been seeing something in quite a black and white way. And I think you're going to shift that. I think you're going to broaden your perspective. I'm just going to close the laundry room door because that's where her litter box is. What are you meowing at? Do you need this? Do you need water? Yeah, I hear you. Sorry, she was in she's in the bathroom meowing at me to turn the sink on so that she could drink some water. Okay, so there's a lot of sword activity here. There's a lot of, yes, there's a hell of a lot of sword action. What's up, Archie? Venus, Libra, Venus, and Moon. Ooh. Okay, well, speaking of Libra Moon, this is the card that represents Moon in Libra, the Two of Swords. So these cards came out. It's a lot, so I wasn't going to take them, but I feel like this is the clarification. Okay. So the King of Swords in reverse is what's shifting for you. It's clarified by the Two of Swords in reverse, the Seven of Swords in reverse, the Hierophant in reverse, and the Eight of Swords. Okay. So yeah, I'm getting that this is very much about you. Don't get me wrong. There's for sure, there could be for sure an element of outside situations, right? Where like you have a choice. You guys have choices to make, and these choices will involve other people. They'll involve situations outside of you. But this is not focused on really, the main focus is coming to you, and how you choose to be, who you choose to be, and how you choose to, how you move, how you choose to move, because it is a choice. So that's what this is really about, this eclipse season for you, Libra. Because I think that you've been seeing something in a bit of a black and white way with the King of Swords in reverse. And it hasn't been completely clear or true because of that, because nothing is like completely black and white, right? The truth usually resides everything has a dualistic nature to it. Let's just say that, right? So for instance, how can I put this into, you might put it in terms of this, right? There are not strictly good and bad people. Like, you're a good person, you're a bad person. There, if you view it like a Venn diagram, there is a good person capable of bad things, a bad person capable of good things, and the overlapping area in the middle is a person, right? Just a person. If you are a human, then you have phases of your life when you're in more of maybe like a virtuous place, but you're still capable of doing bad things. You're still capable of essentially, like, you still have a shadow, because every human, again, there's the dualistic nature of all things in life. So we have the yin and the yang, we have the shadow and the light, and we always will. What's important is kind of finding that middle ground of integration that works for you, that is empowering. So with this, there's an element where what's shifting is you're starting to make choices that are more discerning because of, I think that you're recognizing that the reason why you haven't committed to like moving a certain way in particular, like when faced with particular decisions, why you end up being back and forth on how you should act, or why you maybe sometimes choose not to act in a certain way, is because of fear. Like, there is some element of fear around that decision to not make certain choices or commit to certain things. What's shifting for you is that you are starting to make choices from a clearer place. You're not seeing things strictly in black and white, and that is actually cutting out an element of illusion that was present for you. And it wasn't allowing you to be fully in your most empowered headspace, or just to see things completely clearly. There's some sort of blind spot here that was here for you. And it was blocking you quite a bit because these are all in reverse. But once you look at the fear, that is what is going to get this energy moving for you. So I see that you're going to look at what the fear is. And maybe the fear is that moving in a particular way is a vulnerability that is going to wound you or destroy you. And maybe you have that fear for a good reason, because maybe in the past you chose to see the good in someone. You chose to focus on the beauty in them. You chose to be courageous and take a risk, or sacrifice yourself. And maybe you got burned, you know? Again, these virtues, they don't make you weak, because vulnerability is not a weakness. In fact, it takes true strength to make yourself vulnerable. But you can only have the strength to make yourself vulnerable when you've looked at those fears and you've integrated them, and you realize that the things that you're afraid of are not true vulnerabilities, right? So you're shifting your perspective on that. Your challenge is the Lovers. The Lovers. The Lover moves like this. This is how the Lover moves. It's coming through very much as like Moulin Rouge. I don't know if you guys have seen Moulin Rouge, but it's like my favorite musical of all time. I love it so much. And there's this group of poets and artists and actors, and they're in Paris, and they're big dreamers, you know. They're just like the things that we would die for, like beauty and passion and art, and, you know, all of these things. And the Lovers is an energy that, it's not that they don't understand the duality, both sides. It's Gemini's card, so there's always the duality, but it's that they choose love. It's not that they don't recognize that fear exists, or that ambivalence exists, or that shadow exists, but they choose love. And it is a choice. So there's a big element here about choice for you in this reading, because all of this represents choice in some way. So this season is definitely got that sort of flavor or vibe to it for you. To go turn off that sink in a second here. Tell me more about the lovers. Is there more about that? But I'm seeing that the challenge is to make choices from a truly empowered place. Yes. And making choices from a place of love also does not always mean that, like, that doesn't mean I'm going to say yes to everything, right? Like, yeah, exactly, Spirit. It's the Seven of Pentacles in reverse and the Devil in reverse with the star. Spirit's like, yeah, just, that doesn't mean like I'm going to. Being in the energy of love does not mean that you're going to just say yes to everything that comes your way, that you're going to, again, like take your beating heart out of your chest and offer it to like a narcissist or like an abuser, or that you're going to go take this like this big financial risk, or for the sake of like passion. It's like, no, that's not the case here. It is just that you're not going to live strictly out of fear. You're still going to take love into consideration. You're still going to take your heart into consideration, right? You will still, like, sometimes the choice made from a place of love is to not invest in something but to have healthy boundaries from a healed place, to recognize something that might be toxic for you, and you can recognize that that would be something that would wound or destroy you, that you don't want to take the risk on, right? So I can't stress enough that like the energy of the lovers is not just like this reckless, like I'm just gonna do everything for love. It's like, no, that's not self-respect, right? So that's not what that means. But I think that this is coming through more as, instead of speculating from a place of fear, speculate from a more full place, seeing the whole picture, the love and the fear and like, again, it's not black and white, it's black, white, and the whole scale in between, all the shades of gray. So your advice is Strength in reverse, Leo energy. Then you have this oracle card that says Comparison destroys personality. And you also have the card of Mercury in Virgo, Caution. Okay, so these are the cards you have for your advice. Okay. There's something also about when you're speculating here, when you're considering, let's say, consideration should not include comparison to like, oh, how are they doing it? How did they do it? What works for them? Because that is going to kind of take away from your own unique, like what is actually in alignment with the completely unique embodiment that you are in right now, right? Which nobody else is. Like, it will always be completely, your energy will always be completely unique to you in some way. It might overlap with other people in some way, but ultimately you are you and no one else is you, right? So it's allowing yourself to see your own virtues from a vulnerable place. But again, not a weak place, a place where you recognize your strength enough to the degree that you can say, rather than being cautious in my approach, I can be vulnerable in my approach. I can see from a place of vulnerability, which is really just a place of like opening yourself, openness, really. Vulnerability is openness, right? Caution is like closed downness. So that's the difference here. It's not like weakness versus strength. It is openness versus like fearful shutdownness, more so. That's what you're being asked to do. And then also to avoid how other people are handling or approaching things at this time, because especially during eclipse season, people will be approaching things from very different ways. Everyone will be handling the intensity of the season in a different way. So it's important for you to connect to what's authentic and true for you. And also with that Leo energy, it's about connecting to your moral code, your virtues, right? What is in alignment with you? Like, what values, morals, and beliefs do you hold, and why? And then you can't really like be truly honest with yourself about what those are if you're taking like other people into consideration, because those are things that they don't really have anything to do with other people. It's not that you're not considering other people, like it's not that you shouldn't have values and beliefs that include the like being kind and considerate to other people. That's not what I'm saying. But the values and belief systems that you have should ultimately be based on you and, you know, what you stand on, not comparing yourself to what other people, like how other people choose to live their life. So is there anything else you want Libra to know? I think that's it. But I feel like you're up leveling in some sort of way here. Yeah. Luna, what the hell? What's up? You're pretty vocal. Come here. Come around if you don't want to step over the cord. She looks at like the cord to my laptop as if it's like a river of hot lava, and I'm like, it's literally just a cord on the ground that you could step over if you wanted to. Come here. Big ooga booga baby. Boy, squishy head baby. He's my big squisher. She's purring. Hi. What's going on? No, that's what I see for you, Libra. That's your message surrounding eclipse season. Hi. You need some loving? You need some real good loving. 'Cause you're troubled by the things that you see. You need some real good loving. Nobody loving on me. You know what is so adorable? Lately, when I start singing, she starts purring. Like, no matter where she is in the she'll be in my room, and I'll like look at her and I'll start singing, and she kind of goes like her eyes like get tired, and I hear her start purring, and I'm like, that's so adorable. I don't know why but it's just so cute to me. So I've started like serenading her. Which I think is just, yeah, anyways, I'm a dork, but it's adorable to me. Okay, I'm gonna go turn the sink off really quickly. I've given you your Luna moment. Shauna, what's up? What's up? Oh, people are talking. Let me see. Yeah. Virgo and Libra often feels like a personal reading. That's good. You're going to go back to listen to Taurus. Taurus started around 48 minutes, if you're still here, Yair, and you want to know. Come back for Capricorn. You look gorgeous as usual. Aw, thank you, Archie. Back, had to feed the animals. Hi, Star Leva. Caution, rut-row. Hi, Shauna. What's up, Mito? You got deja vu? I have had the craziest bouts of deja vu. Like, I don't usually get deja vu all that commonly. Over the last couple months, I've had like really crazy moments of deja vu. Like maybe I think probably about 3 or 4 times, which is like a lot for me, because it's really something that doesn't happen very often for me at all. So it's been kind of weird, but weird. And like such intense deja vu that I'll be like in a conversation, and I'm almost like, I feel like I can say, like I'm like, I hear myself saying the whole conversation, like before the words are coming out of my mouth. I'm like, this is so trippy. It's like that scene in it's making me think of that scene in what's up, Megan? I'm glad that you're here. that scene in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, where he's like, he's in the dream, he's having a dream about something that he already experienced, and he's having a conversation with this doctor sitting in the doctor's office, and he starts like saying both sides of the conversation, like finishing the guy's sentences for him. Like, that is how it's felt. It's been super weird. I'm like, this is trippy. I don't know if well, I do know that I timeline jumped, but it's just weird. Okay, let me turn the water off, and then I will be right back to start Scorp. Scorp, do you want some treats, Lovey? Come here. Come. All right. Okay. I don't know why, but I was like, I want to put some perfume on. I'm literally sitting by myself at like 12:30. What does it say? Yes. Okay, you know what's interesting, Cass? So, there's an album by one of my favorite bands, and it's called Deja Entendu. And I was listening to it well, this was a couple months ago now, not just the other day, but I was like, I want to know what Deja Entendu even means. I realized that I didn't actually even know what it meant, so I looked it up, and I realized like that it means already. Oh God, that scared the shit out of me. Oh my gosh. Someone just like, was that my mom watering the flowers? The water like hit the window and it scared the ever living fuck out of me. Oh my God. um, but yeah, and I read about it and I was like, that is so fucking interesting. Mm-hmm. Already dreamed, already felt, and already heard. Yeah. I didn't know about the other ones, but I just recently learned about Deja Entendu, and I thought that was very interesting. If you guys ever want to listen to an amazing album, listen to the album Deja Entendu by Brand New. That is one hell of an album. If you want to feel the friggin' feelings, get ready. Get ready. All right, Scorpio. Speaking of feeling all the mother effing feelings, let's get into it, buddies. What time is it for all of you, wherever you are in the world? You love them? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. The sink coming back on, yeah. Yeah. Brand New is like a band that I got into like when their first album came out, and I'm going to date myself here with my age, but I was in junior high at the time. Yeah, I'm 37 now. So, I've loved them for a long time, and I've seen them live approximately like 15 times. But yeah, you gotta love them. Big old feelsies. 11:21 p.m. Yes, Pacific. I'm mountain time. Did I get my chai today from my mama? I did not. What's up, Nate? I did not get that today. I should have, but I didn't. I made myself an iced coffee and I painted a fence. You can do it. You are not older than 25. I am, in fact, 37 years old. I was born in 88, baby. I'm an 88 baby. But no one believes me, and I get ID'd all the time at the liquor store, and it's a little bit annoying because oftentimes I don't bring my ID in because I'm like, buddy, I'm almost 40, like 5 years older. Yes, I am. Well, I don't know. I guess I am. I guess I am, if that's what you're saying. Okay. But I don't feel like I am. But I kind of think that age is bullshit, to be honest with you. Because time is not a thing. And so how could age really be a thing? It's like a man-made thing, you know? I think that there's life and there's death. And while you're alive, it's like I mean, I know age is a thing but what I'm saying is it's a man-made thing. So it kind of doesn't make sense to me. I sort of feel like it's more like the youthfulness of your heart and soul that kind of like keeps you, well, and your body, but it's like it's how well you take care of your physical vessel and like all of your bodies, I feel like. Most strangers think you're 12, so I'm only 17. 17 forever. 17 was a good year actually for me, so I would be okay with that. Okay. Scorpios. What is that song that I'm singing? Is that the Spider-Man song? Yes, it is. Here comes the Spider-Man. Wow, I don't know why I put that. You're gonna frick this Scorpio read up. All right, well, Nate has claimed the Scorpio reading, you guys, so if it doesn't resonate for you, just blame it on Nate. All right. I have missed you guys. Like, whenever I go through a phase where I don't have the energetic capacity to be live a lot, I miss you guys so much. Oh my gosh. Like, it's not the same pre-recording videos and posting them for me. I miss your energetic engagement, and I miss, like, talking to you. So thank you for being here and being my friends. Because, yeah, I miss you when you're not around. All right, what's happening for Scorpio during eclipse season 2025? Okay. Okay. Last one. Aww. Okay. Something. Dare I say that there's something that you might not be seeing, Scorpio? A travesty, an impossibility. You see all, except for when you don't. Let's see. I'm feeling very Scorpio after the perfume that I put on too. It's a very scorpionic type of scent, I feel like. Mhm. Okay, let's see. It's Crystal Noir, by the way, by Versace, in case you guys are wondering. It's nice and sexy. A little bit warm, a little bit spicy, a little bit sexy. Oh, God, it smells so good, honestly. Highly recommend. Okay, let's see. Let's clarify some things here. Some things. Whoa. 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 Okay. I think that was the card. Was it? Do you want me to find that card again? Let me see if this is what they want. Yeah. Okay. This is already so scorpionic. It's very, very scorpionic already. Love it. I love it. Oh, personally, I really do. A few more oracle cards here. Scorpio. Those crack me up. We crack me up. My goodness. Because I got enough Scorpio energy to ball with the baddest of them, let me tell you. I got a lot of Plutonian vibes. Hi, Bianca. The floor, yes, it is compared to, for me, than the couch right now. It's more, I feel more grounded sometimes when I'm on the floor, and there's there's a lot of energy right now, so I'm just kind of like, the floor it is. The floor it is. All right. Hi, Scorps. What's up, yes, sexy little stingers, you? I hope that you're doing so incredibly well. Let's take a look at eclipse season for you. It's looking like it's gonna be scorpionic, you know? It's looking like it's gonna be just right up your alley here, I feel like. So the overall energetic theme that's coming through for you is this is how the cards are too on the table. Like, I actually love this so much. It's the Knight of Pentacles with this oracle card. It's like you're just casually walking right into the thing. Like, do, 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 do. Like, no big deal. Like, I don't know any other sign in the zodiac that would just, you know, that looks like fun. Let's walk right towards that. Okay. But this is the overall energetic theme. So this is just kind of going to be what's coming up for you, or maybe what's required of you, but it still is coming through as being highly Plutonian and Scorpionic to me. Your signifier or your energy moving into eclipse season is coming through as the Page of Cups in reverse with Moon in Sagittarius optimism. This is also kind of Scorpionic as well, just a little bit. Oh, yes, the dichotomy of a Scorpio. You'll lose your mind trying to understand mine, that's for sure. Okay. It all makes sense, though, deep, deep in the depths, right? Right. Okay. So, I'm getting like, I want to believe. I want to believe. I want to have faith. I want to have faith so bad. But you might be seeing something as being like, the thing about Scorpionic energy, right, is that very often our optimism comes cut with the darkness that we carry within us. And it's like we can't help it. Scorpios are not really the idealists, like the idealists in love. That's more Pisces. Scorpios are more, I'd say that Scorpios are realists in regards to love, and sometimes even more like a little bit on the darker side, more of like the paranoia or the well, it depends where a Scorpio's at in their journey, honestly. But here, let's clarify this this energetic theme a little bit and see what's going on. Tell me more about the Knight of Pentacles and this atom bomb that is going off here that Scorpio is walking towards. The Sun in reverse. Well, oh, good Lord. Scorpio, why are you doing this to me? Okay. Yeah. So, there's definitely a little bit of fear and dark thoughts kind of tinged around what it is that, how can I say this? The thing is, I feel like you're being called towards something and you are walking towards it. I think that you're aware that it is going to be like highly transformative. You're aware that it is going to like be an alchemical process, right? Because even destruction is a form of creation. Obviously, when you take something apart, you're creating something new. When something is destroyed, something by that very action is also created. And you know this more than anybody because that is the alchemical process. Death leads to life, leads to rebirth, right? And that's your whole thing. But sometimes I think that even we, or even you, I mean, and I don't blame you, babes, because Pluto is a one dark son of a gun, you know? Even as your ruler, I mean, depending on the day, I might not want to walk down a back alley with Pluto, you know, walking towards me. I might cross the street. I might divert my path. It just depends on the day and how ballsy I'm feeling, you know? But it takes guts to be a Scorpio. It takes guts to engage with Plutonian energy. It takes guts to put yourself in the path of destruction and believe that something beautiful will be born of that, even when you're afraid. Because the thing is, once you've been destroyed enough times, that fear is going to be there. Otherwise, you're stupid, you know, a little bit. Because if you've been hurt enough times and you're not a little bit afraid, well, then there might not be too much going on up top there, right? The ego is there to protect us, and the ego that's where healthy fear comes from, is like, so that we don't just walk into these atom bomb situations over and over and over again. But at the same time, there is an element of that to life, right? Where we kind of do, though, even if we don't want to. So it's like, we're not always putting ourselves in harm's way, but we also we are constantly facing those types of things. But there's something here where something wants to be reconciled. And it's like you need to address the fear of annihilation in order to see the truth of something. Because I think that there has been fear here. The Sun in reverse, the Lovers in reverse, and the Nine of Cups in reverse. Oh boy. Yeah. Specifically, this is a fear of, like, all of these energies are present here in eclipse season for you. And that is some really absolutely stunning energies right there. Like that, the Sun, the Lovers, and the Nine of Cups is absolutely next level. That is like personal fulfillment, desire, love, intimacy, sex, like shared with, like passion, shared with somebody else, and then just this overall explosion of joy, freedom, liberation, and fulfillment, and just expansive abundance, like as a result of kind of the combo of those things, personal and intimate emotional fulfillment is what that's coming through as. But there is a fear surrounding this, like maybe what you feel like you're being called towards, you're not sure if you're seeing it correctly, or if it's something that you should be afraid of. You still feel very called to whatever it is, though, despite not really being able to. It seems like right now you're not totally sure about whether or not it's something that you do need to be a little bit afraid of or not. The thing is, I feel like sometimes the best things, like, they are actually, it's a good sign sometimes if something scares the crap out of you a little bit. Like, fear is not always an indicator of something being bad or not being for you. You have to be able to discern. Sometimes you can be afraid of something, but it's you're afraid because it's calling you into your power. You're afraid because of what it would require of you, that sort of thing. Or you're afraid because it's asking you to step out of your comfort zone. Those things aren't always bad things, right? But then there's the Judgment card, which is Plutonian energy right here. And this is like answering the call, but specifically needing to kind of transcend oneself, one's current state, to reconcile something within the very spirit or the depths of yourself in order to move towards something. And I feel like this is something that so far you have been hesitant to invest in. But they're saying that there is an element of it that you haven't been seeing completely clear. There's an element where you've wanted to be hopeful, you've wanted to be optimistic and more open and loving, but your head has gotten in your way a little bit. Like there's there's been some fear where you're worried about maybe a lack of success surrounding something, or maybe a lack of reciprocity, and it's prevented you from fully moving towards something. But in this eclipse season, the theme is that you're going to be kind of like, I feel challenged to move towards that thing, or to make a call on that thing. So with the Page of Cups in reverse and then the Moon and Sag optimism, it's like, again, there's a mixed feelings here. There's a part of you that's very optimistic in your heart about this, and it's like you see the potential and you know that there's an expansive quality to it. There's a reason why something makes you feel good sometimes, but there's also this fearful energy of not being so sure about opening yourself up to it. And part of this is a distrust, because like on this card, see how there's that pig flying? It's like when pigs fly, right? The energy of the Page of Cups, sometimes it's almost like you're worried that you're being naive by being optimistic about something. About this thing. But what's shifting for you is the Empress in reverse. Something's being balanced and tempered out here. Because there's something that has not been reconciled or like brought together, whether that's just within you or whether that is involving, I feel like it involves something outside of you, whether it's a community, a friend. It's something that holds the potential though to bring you like all of that. It's something that lights you up. It's very tailored to you with the Lovers card there. It's very passionate, like it's coming through as very, there's an element of desire, but there's also just like blatant joy, expansion, and just fulfillment. With the Nine of Cups, it feels like, yeah, like wish fulfillment here. Which tells me that like if it feels like wish fulfillment, everybody's wish or dream is unique to them. So this is telling me that this is it calls to like you on an individual scale. But it's saying that the reason there hasn't been reconciliation is because there needed to be some healing and release of pain. And I feel like what's shifting is that you haven't been fully open and receptive to something here. But that's changing. Something is being reconciled, and I see you being receptive to something because of some sort of healing that's happening for you, that's allowing that. The challenge is the Eight of Wands in reverse. Let's clarify that. There could be something that has gotten, it's kind of coming through as like a, what's the word I'm looking for here? Something has become normalized that is not healthy, a way of dealing with things, or like a stagnation in the energy, maybe, or a resistance to allowing the natural flow of energy to happen here. But there needs to be fresh energy infused into the situation to get shit moving again. And for that to happen, this old way that has been kind of like, has become somewhat, this could be something that's just like, it happened once, then it happened twice, then it like became the norm, but it's something that is toxic, or it's something that is stagnating or creating resistance to the energy. And it needs to be like revoked, removed, or just edited out. It's like, we're not accepting that anymore, kind of thing. So for instance, if like you've been moving towards something, let's say, yeah, this is kind of showing up. Let's say you start moving towards something, you convince yourself, you're like, yes, this opportunity is for me. I'm going to not be afraid. I'm gonna, whatever, you kind of like talk yourself up, and you start moving towards it like all in. and then you get scared, and then you just like you ghost, or you just like back completely revoke your energy. And there's this back and forth of like, okay, I'm gonna go all in, I'm gonna choose to be optimistic, but then it's like, but no, I'm gonna pull myself back. That would need to be like the thing that changes, because that is creating that back and forth, or that uncertainty that is coming from a place of internal indecision or conflict, right, is causing a resistance or stagnancy in the energy. Whereas there needs to just be like, release that, and then a complete new influx, or a complete fresh energy is what I'm seeing. That's the challenge though. So you might struggle with that a little bit, to find a balance here. And that is what I feel like. I do feel like it's a balance, because you don't really want to be in this naive, like, when pigs fly, like, I believe so much that I'm naive, but you also do want to have a healthy sense of optimism that allows you to move forwards with an openness, right? So it's kind of like finding the balance, I think, there. So your advice is the Knight of Swords in reverse, the Ten of Cups, okay, so these two cards both came out together, the Knight of Swords in reverse and the Ten of Cups. It's interesting because I'm just getting don't run, because see how this particular Knight of Swords, and this is the only Knight of Swords I've ever seen that is like someone sprinting, and he's not only sprinting away like running, but he's sprinting like to a motorcycle to get on it, and then even further like run away. But it's like, what is that Knight of Swords running from in this case? They're running from the Ten of Cups. So it's kind of like whatever needs to be reconciled here is what is causing, like, the reconciliation of something is going to allow you to walk towards something with a level of optimism that it could be this, rather than run away from it because you're scared that it's this. So it's just kind of, it's a perspective shift. That's what it is, because these energies are present. It's just how you choose to, it's whether you move towards them or how you move towards them is based on how you are choosing to perceive them and nothing else, right? The only thing that creates a difference. So I say this all the time because I think it's so powerful in showing us how much like our own perception influences things, and how much power we really have to create our own reality. Because in terms of like actual brain waves, the brain waves for fear versus excitement and just like arousal or stimulation, it's the same brain wave. The only thing that is like determines whether we are excited or scared of something is our perception of it. And sometimes we can toggle back and forth, right, between whether we are excited or afraid of something. And that is because the reason it's so easy to do that is because it's the freaking same brainwave. Like, it's the same thing. There's no difference. So in terms of like cognitively, there is no difference. So this quote came out then, and this is just very loud here, because this quote says, only to the extent that we expose ourselves over and over to annihilation can that which is indestructible be found in us. Annihilation. Right? I want to see, because this is a picture I took, like I created this deck, and this is a picture that I took, and it has, like, I see that I underlined this and starred it, obviously, but I also underlined something else, but it's kind of blurred, but it says, when you have made good friends with yourself, your situation will be more friendly too. I don't know if you guys can see that. I kind of like edited it to blur around the main quote, but that's what that says, I feel like that's relevant for some reason. And then these two cards came out, and they're both scorpionic energies, which is interesting. It's Mercury in Scorpio, extremism, and Sun in Scorpio, endurance. Okay. I think that these go together, actually. It's about finding balance again, right? It's like if there is, what's going to make you want to run is approaching whatever this is to an extreme degree. And your energetic theme is coming through not as something super extreme, but something very balanced and tempered. Because the Knight of Pentacles just takes one step forwards at a time. And that's what makes things manageable, no matter what they're walking towards. It's like just one step at a time, just take one bite off and chew it at a time and digest it that way. If you just are like, I'm going to run towards it all in, and then I'm going to, run away from it all in at the same time, those are more extreme approaches that need to be balanced, I feel like. Because if you take it from just like more balanced place, then you'll be able to endure. And I feel like what it will take you to is the 10 of Cups. The 10 of Cups has to be like, if you want something to last forever, then you can't rush it, right? Like the most beautiful architecture in history was not built in a day, right? Rome was not built in a day, as they say. So that's the thing. If you build something in a day, if you rush towards something, well then, yeah, you're probably going to get spooked, or yeah, it's not probably going to last, because that's not how it's supposed to be approached. But there is this energy that you are being advised to expose yourself to something that could potentially annihilate you, but with the understanding that ultimately, every time that you've been annihilated, Scorpio, every time that you've gone through the death process, you've come out the other side reborn, still containing that which is indestructible within you. And it's only ever made you stronger and more certain of yourself, right? So that's the way that you're meant to approach this as well. That's what I'm seeing, okay? I love you. But that's what I've got for you, Scorpio. That's what is coming up for you for eclipse season. All right, we're moving on. We're moving on to Sag. Moving along. Moving along. Spicy little Sagittarian friends. How was that for you, Nate? Was that good? Okay. Let's see. What's happening for my Saggies? That was a very scorpionic reading, I've got to say. And I am so not mad about it. Never mad about it. Never mad about my scorps. Into energetic category. Well, I feel like it's very scorpionic to think that you're doing worse than you're actually doing, because Scorpios tend to be quite quite hard on themselves, but I feel like you're probably not, to be honest. If I can talk you up just a small amount, although I don't know what you're going through, but I'm just saying, I feel like Scorpios tend to be, and it has very much to do with Scorpios and Virgos are both very much this way. Capricorns too, depending on the Capricorn placement, that is, but the self-awareness trap. You know what I'm saying? It's like sometimes being so very self-aware is yeah, it can be our greatest asset and our worst enemy at the same time. Okay. You're a Saggy, Bianca. Nice. I love my little Sagittarians. You bring an irreplaceable flair, you know? You really do. Never not imitatable, let's just say that. You are magic, a wizard. Of course, you know what we're all going through. I don't, but I do. I've been so, oh, you guys. I always say this, but then I talk myself out of doing it because I'm like, who actually cares what is going on with me on my personal journey? They just like, nobody cares about that. Of course, that is just an assumption that I am making myself, but I'm always like, I should share what's been going on with me, because I've been like, a lot of my spiritual gifts have been, I mean, things have been evolving and opening up, which is why things have felt a little overwhelming, and I couldn't go live for a while. Like I said, energies tend to strike me. They tend to hit me ahead of time. And so I felt like I was going through like my eclipse season vibes the last couple weeks. But it's also my North Nodal return, because I'm not only a Pisces sun, but I'm also Pisces North Node. So it's been a lot. And because it's Piscean energy, a lot of my like alignment and the stuff that I've been like, that's been expanding for me, or the challenges, like what I've been being called into, challenged, the ways that I've been personally challenged to align with my own dharmic path. A lot of it does have to do with like being more tuned into those Piscean energies, and a lot of that has to do with being more sensitive and open to the energies of the collective, and you know, spiritual gifts and all of those sorts of things. So I've wanted to like, since now that I'm kind of like, okay, I've got my shit somewhat together again, like I feel like things are a little bit more grounded, and I'm not waking up every day wondering if I'm loco, which, not to say that that's completely unheard of for me, but I've been wanting to come on and just have like I'm just gonna smoke a blunt and tell you what the craziness has been going on with me, because you probably won't even believe it. But we all care how you are, girl. Give us some tea. Aw. I would love to, and I will. It's just, I always say that I'm going to, because I'm like, I should share more of my personal journey, and then I go to do it and I'm like, it's like an imposter syndrome thing, I suppose. Spirit keeps on telling me to show up in ways like outside of what my comfort zone is, and share more of myself and be more like open and vulnerable. And it is totally like me that creates resistance around that with myself. So yeah, I'll have to get better at that. I'll work on it. Okay. Tell me about Sagittarian's eclipse season, please. Sagittarian's eclipse season. What does Sag need to know? Oh, no. Okay. Oh, okay. That's the card that was just at the bottom of the deck when I looked, so I guess that wanted to come out. It's like I'm psychic or something. The thing is, like, being psychic or being spiritually, like, being tuned in is very strange sometimes. Very strange sometimes. I mean, I know that you guys know, most of you guys, you know, but, yeah. Whoa. Aww. Aww. Okay. Okay. I just heard that's not mine. That's not mine. Something's not yours to take on, I feel like, here. Let's see. Thank you for always being all up in our business. You're welcome. I appreciate you and the time, energy you take out of your day to mentor. Oh, I don't know if I'm mentoring you, but I do what I can. You know, I just share the lessons that I have had to painstakingly learn. But also a lot of it, and I don't know if you guys ever watch ASO Tarot. She's quite well known, so I wouldn't be surprised if you did. But she says this a lot of the time, and I have to like echo this because this is very, very true. A lot of the time she's like, I'm channeling, you know, when I'm offering you guys information, and she's like, I get up from my tarot table and I go out into my life and I make the same mistakes that you guys make. I literally, like, the stuff that I say when I'm channeling messages for you, some of it is stuff that I know and have integrated myself, but other stuff is stuff that, like, I forget the second that it comes out of my mouth because I'm channeling it, and then I listen to my own messages and I need them just as much as you guys do because, you know, it's like I'm still learning. This journey is for you just as much, like for me just as much as it is for you. So that's why part of why this community is such a gift for me too. It's like I'm learning the lessons alongside you. I don't really see myself as like a teacher or a guru in any way. I see myself as a conduit, like a vessel that I see myself as a mouthpiece, you know? And spirit just uses me, and yeah. Share more, please. We want to share you with the world. Aw, I love you, bestie. You enjoy immensely my readings. Appreciate your time. You guys are being so sweet. Aw. Thanks, Bianca. Thanks, all of you guys. You guys are so kind. I love you. I love you too. Okay. Tell me about this. Yeah, when I first started the channel, it was quite a while ago actually. I've since like completely cleared it. Like about twice I completely cleansed all of the content off of it. Like I've created a lot more content than what is on the channel now. Kind of went through a little bit of a like crisis moment and just deleted everything at one point in the middle of like my abusive relationship. I just kind of freaked out and just deleted everything. Like, didn't just make it private because that would have been the moderate approach. No, I fully deleted my life's work. But no, it needed to. I feel like I don't have regrets over that, but like, my gosh. Near the beginning when I first started the channel, I used to show up a lot more like it's been a journey kind of moving back to more of an open place where I do share more and I show up just kind of like as, I don't know if it's more myself, but there's parts of me that did shut down, or I like pulled them back and guarded them because of trauma that I went through, like kind of in the middle of my time having the channel. And it's been kind of like the process of being brave enough, I guess, to open myself up, or even feeling worthy of opening myself up, or even feeling worthy of like continuing to do this work after certain things that I went through. So I would never have been able to even get to where I am in regards to doing that if not for you guys. So just know that you've been probably the greatest healing force on my journey to do that, and you've probably saved my life a couple times without knowing. So not to be dramatic or anything, but when I say thank you, I really it's coming from a pretty profound place in my heart. So thank you. Hi Haley. Hi Hales. What's up, babes? Okay, can we get a clarifier for this? Spirit's like, no, just keep on talking. An hour or two of my time. You don't have to pay me for that. No. I just need to start doing it more anyways, because it's good for me. Like, I feel like that is part of the next phase of my journey, is to start, well, I know because Spirit keeps on like prompting me, like they want me to show up and like and share more kind of like vloggy, like real life moments with you, share more of my life. And just, they've been prompting me like, if things inspire you in your daily life, you should just hop on and like share those things with the peeps, you know? It doesn't always have to be like we're doing a big long reading. So I just need to get better at doing that. And you don't need to entice me with cash money, but but thank you anyways. I appreciate it. Okay, okay, thank you. Nice. Okay, we love that. That was worth all the shuffling to get that card, we'll say. It's also very Sagittarian, if I do say so myself. Okay, one more oracle card, and then we're getting into this. But yeah, when I first started the channels, we would have like marathon lives, and we would just like shoot the shit, and it was so much fun. We would just like have lives for like, well, kind of like this, but like 8 hours long, and we would just talk and laugh and just like vibe. Yeah. A couple of weeks ago. Whoa. It was really fun, and we got to get back to that. One more for this here. Okay. Okay, let's get into this. Haley, were they all signs, or were they just like little, was that when I was doing like the daily readings on like little specific topics? Okay. 438. Hi, Sag. What's going on, beautiful people? I hope that you're so well. And let's take a look and see what's going on this eclipse season for you, and just what wants to be highlighted, what's coming out for you, okay? Let's see. I see. Okay. Okay, so the overall energetic theme is coming out as the Seven of Swords. And it's with this card. None other than the one, the only Michael Scott from The Office. It's Brittany, bitch. It's Brittany, bitch. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. Pussy dripping down your thighs. Okay. Vibes. That's vibes. Okay. I gotta see what that Seven of Swords is all about, though, but let's see. We like the Michael Scottness of it all, though. I'm almost getting someone is showing up with because if you've seen The Office, if you know anything of Michael Scott, then you know that he's actually like an incredibly insecure character. Like he has a lot of one of the most endearing, but also the most like it's actually quite, it's like cringy. Like sometimes I'm watching The Office and I'm like, I love his character so much, but there are certain points when you cannot help but cringe because he's overcompensating so hard, right? And it's from a place of personal insecurity, but he wants to be seen as something outside of that, right? So it's almost like this fake it till you make it, but like over the top kind of energy. And I'm kind of wondering if that is maybe how someone is showing up here for you or in your world, or maybe you're seeing people like this around you during eclipse season, and it could be like they're kind of trying to like macho freak, if you know what I mean, because you are generally very much not like that. You know, you're usually pretty much radically accepting of yourself. You show up and you express yourself authentically and unapologetically for the most part, which is why we fucking love you and we need you, because you inspire other people to do the same. So but with the Seven of Swords, it's kind of like, Sorry, there's a Luna hair. I can feel it in my lip gloss. Tell me what the Seven of Swords is. Because it's coming through a little bit like, all is not exactly as it seems, you know? With this. Another seven, the Seven of Cups in reverse, the Queen of Swords in reverse. Okay. You've got a very accurate read on someone here. I feel like this is kind of someone, maybe someone specific. You know what this is? It's okay. This kind of feels like you see someone acting sort of like too cool for school, but I feel like they're specifically, it's not just in general, it's towards you. And I feel like this is probably happening because they like you and they care very much what you think, I think. And so they're almost trying to act as though like they don't care as much as they do. And like, they're like, it's Brittany, bitch, you know, like whatever, I don't need you. But like deep down, they're like, they like walk away and then they're like, did Sag watch me? Are they watching me walk away? You know, like, I don't need you. But it's like, okay, sure. But it's kind of telling me that they're making the choice here, like they're holding two swords, right? And it's funny because they're walking away. They're like, is Sag looking at me? And they're like, you're showing your ass, buddy. You're showing your ass a little bit here. But the Five of Swords represents like a mental conflict or an internal conflict. They're at odds with themselves mentally. And so it's kind of like they are trying to convince you of how they feel, that they're not emotionally confused, but there is an element of emotional confusion here because there's indecision and head fuckery, right? So if this is someone who is kind of pushing you away or cutting you off or just like maybe being like, they might not be completely cutting you off, but they may be kind of like acting a little bit, they're acting cool, you know? I think that it's because there's some sort of hurt within them here, this Three of Swords. And I don't know if it has to do specifically with you, but they are showing me that, like, if they cut you off or if they're cold, if they push you away, that it, and this is how it is with everything, but it has everything to do with them and nothing to do with you. But the thing is, from you're sitting in this energy of the Nine of Cups, and you're telling me that you see this like very clearly. You see this. So because you're not faking it, right? Because this like basically is your baseline energy when you are aligned with yourself and you're feeling good, you can tell when someone's faking it, right? If you got that juice, you can tell when somebody else is faking it, and that's why it's a little bit cringe, right? So I don't feel like you're taking it personally here, but the overall energetic theme could be you're authentically in that energy, and then other people are maybe trying to match it or they're trying to prove it, but it's just coming through as a little bit like inauthentic, a bit. Or fake it till they make it, but it might not be super cringe, or like it might not be that nefarious or cringy, but you can see through it and you can tell that it's not quite true. Okay. Your signifying energy going into eclipse season is the moon in reverse with Mars in Aquarius, rebellion. I just started hearing the beginning of that Arcade Fire song. Sleeping in. Is it called Rebellion? What is that song called? I haven't heard that song in quite some time. Walking away and showing your ass. Your ex suddenly straight out ghosted me. Relatable. Okay. What is that song called? Do you guys? Let me look it up quickly. It's like one of their most famous songs. Yeah, it's called Rebellion. Rebellion Lies. Let me see. Sleeping is giving in no matter what the time is. Sleeping is giving in, so lift those heavy eyelids. Oh, this is interesting because you're in this energy of like revealing some sort of rebellious approach. And with Mars, it's like the actual way that you are asserting yourself is coming through as a bit rebellious. And the lyrics, they say, people say that your dreams are the only things that save you. Come on, baby, in our dreams, we can live our misbehavior. We can live our misbehavior. And the moon in reverse is almost like the revealing of the dreams here. In our dreams. So it's kind of like something that you dream about being in a state of rebellion over. I feel like you are kind of, okay, see you later, Hales. I feel like you're kind of in this energy of, it's interesting because in response to someone acting this way, you're kind of like, oh yeah, let me show you what it really is to like walk the talk. And I don't see you as doing it in response to them. Again, I see you as, yeah, there you are, being a baddie. I see you just doing it because it's you. It's genuinely you. But there might be something this season that could be why people are responding to you this way, because you're even almost like upping the way that you normally are. And I don't see you doing it as, again, I don't see you doing it to prove something. I don't see you doing it in response to other people or even for anyone's reaction. I see you just kind of being prompted to open up and exhibit this new part of you. It's coming through as like breaking out of molds here. You're breaking out of some sort of mold. And it has everything to do with just you, as most things do, right? When you decide to rebel, when you decide to expand, Jupiter energy, It's not because of anybody else. It's because you're ready to expand. It's because you're ready to push your own boundaries. It's because you are ready for your dreams to break the boundaries of your fears. Like, you break boundaries because you've gotten to that glass ceiling. You are the one that makes that choice. It's not dictated by other people. You are generally like a very quite free and liberated, and you're the most evolved fire sign. So that's something that you do for yourself, and I see you being in that energy for this eclipse season, which I kind of love. But other people could be trying to like match that, and you're seeing through it a little bit. Other people might think that you're trying to prove something, but you're not like a rebel without a cause here. No, I don't see this as being about anything or anyone other than yourself. So what's shifting for you is the King of Cups. This rebellion, this whatever you're breaking out of, I feel like it has to do with your heart. There is a level of emotional boldness, I want to say. Bold embodiment of the heart is what I want to say. That feels like that's shifting for you. So it's almost like let's say someone does push you away. Someone is trying to maybe like get a reaction out of you in some sort of way. Like if someone, okay, like let's use the example that this is an ex, right? They see you doing good, looking fine as fuck, you know, in your it's Britney bitch vibes, which is kind of like your baseline. And they're like, they think that you're doing it to just prove that like that you're good, you know, without them or whatever. Meanwhile, you're literally just living your own life, like just doing you. And this is being projected onto you because from a place of their own personal insecurity, most likely, right? I see you in response to that, just embodying your own emotional fulfillment and well-being to even a greater extent. And it has everything to do with not letting, it's like not my circus, not my monkeys. So while it's not in response to them, it is like to protect and reflect your truth more fully and not, if anything, not allow yourself to be affected by whatever they're doing, right? It's not to prove something to them. It's just to like release yourself from an effect maybe that they're trying to have on you, or to block. It's like if they're trying to have an influence on you, that would be you being like, no, I'm going to protect myself from that. But I'm not seeing it as being inauthentic. I'm seeing it as like a natural evolution in your own confidence, but specifically surrounding your heart. It's like, you know what makes you happy and you're not going to let anybody fuck with that. So the challenge for you is the Ace of Wands in reverse. I love this Ace of Wands. Look at the hand. This is like I forget what this is called. It's like the strange creatures or something, but there's like these, yeah, all these like weird, like interesting characters in this. And I really like it, this deck. Okay, the Ace of Wands in reverse. What's that about? Why is that Sagittarian's challenge? I think that it is, to a degree, just not giving certain things energy. Yeah, that's definitely part of it. The Ace of Cups. Oh, the Ten of Pentacles. The fuck? Oh, man. Yeah, because the thing is, you see clearly that someone is so affected by you doing well. It's important for you, no matter how they are responding. I want to say how they are reacting to you. How you respond thoughtfully and consciously to their reaction to you says a lot about you, right? How they act towards you is a reflection of them, but how you respond to that is a reflection of you. Yeah. Because you're winning. Like you're out here freaking winning. The King of Cups, the Ace of Cups, the Ten of Pentacles. The thing is, the more that you decide to boldly embody your heart and to give to this energy of love, the more abundance you're calling in. But I see someone being very. So, this is the thing, right? They don't feel successful, and they also don't really feel like they can completely emotionally detach or walk away from you. This is someone who still cares how you feel about them. Um, and in response to you winning, they are coming out with the Five of Pentacles and the Five of Cups. So they're kind of feeling some sort of way about it because they don't feel. This is coming through sort of as someone who's seeing it as a bit of a competition between the two of you. And I don't feel like you're seeing it that way. I feel like you're just doing you, like I said. But you are embodying, you're changing into the King of Cups. And this person's coming through as the Page of Cups. So they're just a little bit like they're not quite on your level of emotional like maturity. Maybe they're open and they do have a sincerity of heart, but they are here looking at you with the Wheel of Fortune because all of this beautiful stuff's coming through to you, and they're seeing it almost, they're feeling it as like a direct attack on them a bit, but it's not. They're just feeling that way because the Six of Wands in reverse, they themselves are not feeling successful or totally confident or abundant here. They're feeling a little bit insecure, essentially. So the Four of Wands is your advice. It's literally like, keep your face towards the sun and just keep on keeping on, honey. The Four of Wands is connected to Venus in Aries. And it's very much a placement of, it's not selfish, but it's more the understanding that it's very independent. And it is the understanding that in order to love someone unconditionally, you must be the main character in your own life. You must give yourself that unconditional love and allow yourself to bask in that. These are very individual, independent energies. It's like I create my own security through my own unshakable security, from which, on the foundation of that, I can offer you unconditional love. It comes from taking care of my own emotional fulfillment and not letting anybody else affect that, right? So you're only embodying that more and more and more. You're only learning more and more how to regulate your own emotional, your own emotional landscape. And that's very strong. That's very powerful. It actually allows you to love this person more, or to offer them grace even when they might be showing their ass a little bit. So it's ironic that like the ways that you're up leveling, that they are kind of taking as like a personal attack, or they're a little bit like offended by or hurt by. It's actually allowing you to, if you choose to, like even offer them a little bit more, like be softer towards them even, which is interesting. Okay, it's clarified by these cards though, that Four of Wands. This is Mercury in Libra influence, and then there's this card as well with these two people. It's interesting because there is like this overlap, this kind of like we are melding into one another a little bit, or there's an overlap there. And then with influence and Libran energy being about relationships, that's kind of interesting. That's kind of saying a lot. So there is still someone I feel like that you're connected to energetically. You still consider them, and they definitely still are considering you. And they are still there's an emotional connection that they've already told me they are not walking away and separating themselves emotionally. They came out with the Eight of Cups in reverse, but you're in the Nine of Cups, showing me that you have already gone through the Eight of Cups process. That doesn't mean that you don't care or have any feelings for them anymore. It's that you have detached yourself from whatever may have been like unhealthy or emotionally unfulfilling in the situation. So I think that your advice is just don't fall back into that. Again, with one of these eclipses being in Pisces, psychic, telepathic sensitivity to people that we're connected to people who we have feelings for, right? So just be aware of energetic influence from this person. I do feel like they think about you a fair bit. I do feel like they base some of their actions and behavior on like how you'll respond or how they want to be seen by you. And so you could feel projected energy towards you is kind of what I'm getting from that. So just be aware of that. If you're picking up on energy that doesn't feel like yours specifically, if it feels a little bit insecure, again, your challenge is just to not allow that to affect you, okay? But this looks beautiful, Sagittarius. Honestly, looks really lovely for you. So that's what I have for you. We're going to move on to Cap. Cappy, my Cappies. My Capricornian baddies. Where are my sea goats at? Okay. I really like that Sagittarius reading. To be honest with you, it was a vibe. Goats are in the house. You've not done anything regarding the ex. Cool, fine, bye. Yeah. No. Usually, I mean, in my opinion, people never run unless they are scared. Like, because why else would you run, right? Why would you ghost instead of just addressing the situation? Unless something about addressing the situation head on intimidates you, right? Like, to me, it's like there is no reason unless the only like unless that person has been like abusive to you, right? And you are setting a very strong boundary for your own well-being, and you're just like, I refuse to engage with this person anymore for a good reason, right? But outside of that, I feel like there's not really like a reason why you would need to take such an extreme approach to ignore something, other than like there's something about that intimidates you, that facing it head on, right? But because to me it's just like a very, well, I mean, it is a completely passive approach. It's like as passive as you can get. So yeah, I think the only exception really is just like if you're setting a very strong and healthy boundary because that person has really crossed a limit in some sort of way, and that I totally understand that. But other than that, I really just gotta say there's a little bit of a level of cowardice to it, and I don't understand it. Can't relate. Yeah. But then again, I have a really big problem like leaving things unresolved. Like, I would just rather, even if it's not going to resolve the way I want it, I would still rather have it resolved so that then I can like close it out and move on. And I've realized in my life that creating your own closure is one of the biggest challenges. Like, I think it can be quite hard to create your own closure when when you don't get it in a situation. So I would rather just address things head on and have that closure. You're welcome, Bianca. Okay. Let's see what's going on with Cap. What's happening for my Cappies? What's going on for Capricorn in an eclipse season? wow. It's too many cards. Oh, that was 2. Okay. Okay. Yeah. It's quite interesting. I feel like let me not say anything yet until I start reading. He did state he's intimidated. Yeah. Yeah. Most people are scared of either like what will come of the conversation if they have the conversation, or they're just scared of just even having the conversation, just facing the situation because something about it either triggers them or, yeah, I mean, people have their reasons. I shouldn't judge people for being afraid. Fear is a very fucking human thing, you know. I think it's lame when people ghost. I just got a personal opinion here, hot take, but I don't really respect it that much. But unless it's for the aforementioned reason of, like, you know, having an actual, like, setting a strong boundary for good reason. Other than that, I'm just like, why would you not just face life head on, though? Make it make sense. Okay. Well. Maybe that's just my Capricorn, Mars, and stellium talking, though. Most likely. Aries, Venus, you know? Just. Let's see. Tell me about this energetic theme for Capricorn. I actually love this so much, though. That's as cold of a take as it gets. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I personally would rather be spicy than icy, but that's just me. Because to me, it's like, well, one thing is that, like, conflict doesn't kill love, neglect kills love. So if you're running away because you're scared of conflict, well, if you're scared of killing the love through conflict, you should be a lot more afraid of killing it through neglect, because just avoidance is the only thing that's really going to kill it, if it has to do with love anyways. Can you tell me more about this Capricorn signifier? Whoa. Okay. So Capricornian. Okay, one more for advice. I said one more. Okay. Take that one. Let's see what's happening here. I'm smoking. Why, thank you. Okay, let's see, 508. Hi, Caps. I hope you guys are doing well, and let's see what is going on for you with this eclipse season. Well, what wants to be highlighted. Anyways, there could be a lot going on for you. Let me take a drink of my coffee. I have to finish this before. Then I'm like, why have I been getting 3 hours of sleep a night? Well, Lisa, it's 1:40 a.m. and you're drinking an iced coffee. Start there. Okay. So the overall energetic theme is coming up for you as the 5 of Cups. And it's with this oracle card here. This is very Capricornian all around. So it says small minds can't comprehend big spirits. To be great, you have to be willing to be mocked, hated, and misunderstood. Stay strong. Yeah, that's so gappy. Okay, then this 5 of Cups, though, I actually really love this 5 of Cups. It's absolutely stunning. So this person is like, what is that even? They're dropping 5 cups into the water. I don't know if you guys can see that, but that's what those are. They're cups. See? So they're dropping their cups, but it's just a beautiful card. And I was going to say, because at the bottom of the deck here is the Hanged Man with the 3 of Swords and the 3 of Pentacles. I was gonna say, I think that there's something actually about sitting with your pain that is actually building something powerful. Something about almost like giving yourself to the pain that's powerful. You could be building something out of what comes from that. So what I mean by that is like, maybe you're creative, right? Well, I mean, we're all creative, but maybe you're sitting with some sort of pain and then some sort of creative idea comes out of it. Something like that. But small minds can't comprehend big spirits. You could feel a little bit misunderstood. I don't know. I hope it's not as severe as people like mocking, hating, and actually trying to like subjugate or put you down because they can't comprehend the greatness of your spirit. I hope that it's not that severe. But can you tell me more about this 5 of Cups? I do feel like you could be feeling some grief because there might be people around you that just, they have a little bit more of a limited way of, it's kind of coming through as like, I got my blinders on, like a smaller mind, so to speak. But it's like, maybe their focus just is not where yours is, or they can't comprehend where you're coming from or accept you in some sort of way, and that could be causing you some pain. The Hermit, yeah, you might be feeling like you kind of want to pull into yourself and just do some self-reflecting at this time. We're also in Virgo season, and the second eclipse is in Virgo, so this could be kind of culminating around that second eclipse, but we've already had one Virgo moon, so it could have kicked off at that as well, but I'm seeing it be a little bit more around like the second one here. Okay, so that could be a theme. But again, the Hermit, the journey of the Hermit is, it's deep and it's profound. It does take you to places within yourself, kind of like Scorpionic energy, but it's different. Because the Hermit is kind of tracing their whole journey back, like their experiences so far and what they've learned along the way, whereas Scorpio is like diving to the depths of their own inner Mariana's Trench and kind of like facing the shadow and doing sort of different work. Like it's different work. It's internal journeys, but to different places to do different work. But the Hermit offers many gifts, that journey. Mostly gifts of self-awareness and self-acceptance and understanding your own capacity based on like revisiting how far you've come and how much you've integrated, how much you've grown, how strong you are, and how even if you do feel alone or misunderstood, you've got you. You've had you this far, and you've got you, and you are so fully capable. So your energy, your signifying energy going into eclipse season is the Chariot with moon in Virgo. Moon in Virgo. Order. Okay, yeah, this Virgo moon could be very important for you. The Chariot is Cancerian energy. I like this Chariot. It has this dove on the front of the car here in the rain as they're driving. It's like you're being guided by peace here. Peace is what is keeping you in order, even if you're driving through the rain, right? Driving through the rain a little bit here, so to speak. The rain being kind of like an emotional time I'm seeing. I think that actually, yeah, this Virgo energy is adding some order to that journey that is very beneficial to you. So I think leaning into that Virgo and that Virgo energy will be quite beneficial to you at this season or through this season. I see it lending itself to you in a really beneficial way. It's almost like it's providing an outline or guideposts. I'm almost seeing it as like, rather than water with no container, it's like it is the ridges of the river. So the river is like, can go through, can flow in a certain direction still. Like it still has the flow of energy and emotion, still has direction, is what that's coming through as, with the order coming from this Virgo energy. But I think that, yeah, kind of like this river, right? The water flowing through the river. Exactly like that. But it does require you to kind of allow this journey, this process to happen. Because that you are going to create that river for yourself. Like through taking that journey internally, you're providing that structure for yourself. You are creating that container for your own emotion, and it's happening through that journey of self-awareness, if that makes sense. Oh, okay. So the Six of Cups in reverse, there's a lot of water energy. There's a lot of water energy here. I know that might not be the most comfortable for you. However, may I remind you that you are the sea goat, not just the goat. So you're fully capable of dealing with watery energies here. But the Six of Cups in reverse is what's shifting for you. Love it. Love it. I see you being able to move away from the past, like specifically lay something to rest that maybe felt... It's interesting because there's an element of sentimentality to it. You know what's beautiful about this deck as well? Oh, this is so gorgeous. Oh my gosh. So this specific deck, when you put the cards in order, they connect to each other and they create an ongoing picture. So for instance, like here you have the Five and the Six of Cups. When you put them together, they create this picture. That's one, right? In your challenge, you have the Seven of Cups. So it's like, this is so beautiful. You see? You see it? It's hard to hold it together. Yeah. You see? You're creating the flow of emotional energy one like lends in or leads to another. You're doing this. Something beautiful is unfolding because of this journey. Oh, I'm getting like goosebumps. Something about this feels very tender. You're letting go of something from the past that maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's not sentimental, it's tender. I think that there's grief from the past, or it's like it's well established grief. It's coming in as like it's rooted in. So for some of you, this is like from your childhood, something like that. It feels like kind of old grief. You're finally finding a way to create some closure surrounding it, and it's not a chaotic flow, and it's not like you're not forcing closure by like slamming a door shut. It's coming through as something, again, like very beautiful, actually very creative, in its tenderness. Like something beautiful is being created as you are releasing this. I really love that. You're releasing some sort of old insecurity. Yeah. I think you're seeing how an old way of thinking was rooted in insecurity that may have been projected onto you from some sort of small mind that just has never understood you, never had the capacity to understand you. And you're able to kind of like slay this dragon a little bit. It's coming through as like this emotion may have been living within you without form, without order, as a bit of a chaotic force, whether you realized that or not. I think it was affecting your ability to, well, it's the way that you were thinking, right? And so with swords, it was affecting like mercurial energy, which is the magician, which is so how you speak, how you approach things, and then that's how you speak to yourself, how you speak to the universe, how you are expressing yourself. That is also has a lot to do with what you call towards you, which is why the magician has to do with like manifestation. Mm-hmm. I see you. Oh, this is so gorgeous, Capricorn. So you see there's this way of thinking that stemmed from, for some of you, this has to do with your mother or just a feminine figure. There's the Queen of Wands in reverse, the Ace of Swords in reverse, and then the Knight of Swords. It's like a way of thinking and moving based on that way of thinking, but it stemmed from a lie born in insecurity. After that comes the Magician, the Page of Swords, the King of Swords, and the Star. This is so lovely because it's almost like magic starts to happen when you witness this lie. Well, this this non-true thing. You see it for what it was, what it's rooted in, and you realize almost that it never had anything to do with you. It was like you maybe took in somebody or inherited someone's insecurity. You open yourself up to a new way of thinking. And as soon as you do that, there's a very, very rapid evolution. You go from the Page of Swords to the King of Swords. So this is very rapid evolution, right? And then this is also, so the King of Swords and the Star are both Aquarian energies, but the Star is like once you're thinking, like you open yourself up to a new way of thinking, it evolves, it stabilizes, and then it creates this healing force that's really, really powerful for you, is what I'm seeing. So the challenge is the Seven of Cups in reverse with the Six of Swords. It's seeing with emotional clarity as you move away from sustaining emotional clarity is what that is. so that you can move, like, so that you can evolve in that way. The Seven of Cups in reverse is about emotional clarity. And then this is more Aquarian energy. The Six of Swords is Mercury in Aquarius. So you have to sustain this emotional clarity to build this bridge that's going to lead you from like this non-true way of thinking to the Page of Swords to the King of Swords to this like healing force, this healing balm, which is the Star. So that's your challenge, is just sustaining that. So you might be in a situation where, again, right, something is being brought up. Maybe like the original wound is being poked or prompted. Maybe there are people with small minds around you. Maybe it's the person that this original insecure way of thinking came from. Or it could just be something that kind of mirrors that or like echoes that back at you. But it's being brought up in you, and that's why the challenge is to sustain your own emotional clarity that is going to be unfolding at this time. And your advice is, wow, it's even more Aquarian energy because it's the Fool, which is Uranus. It's the Fool in reverse with this card: patterns, inexperience, extremes, commitment, and willpower. And this card, Sun in Gemini, versatility. Okay. There's a pattern that was formed here in you, and it's saying that it came from you, again, like inheriting or absorbing or taking on something that was an extreme way of thinking that did not really understand or align with you. And I think that you took this on, or this pattern, it was able to take root in you when you were at a level of inexperience. That's why I really feel like it's when you were younger, maybe, or it could have just been before you became strengthened in your own, in the greatness of your own big spirit, right? So now you have to be committed to your own willpower in order to be versatile enough to expand your thinking with this Gemini energy and break away from that. What's the Fool in reverse? Okay. That's coming through here. Yes. Okay. If this insecurity gets poked in you when this gets brought up, right? Do not allow your ego to react in an extreme kind of way that's going to prompt you to act kind of like erratically or unpredictably. Again, there needs to be this ordered approach to get what you are meant to get out of this whole process. There needs to be this ordered approach in order for your forward motion to be sustainable and peaceful, despite maybe some emotional turbulence. Okay? That's what's coming through. It's like essentially, because Uranian energy can be very unpredictable. The Fool is in reverse. And it's with this energy of, there's extremes here, right? Potential extremes. So in other words, you could recognize this and then know that you want to change something, but you might like go from one extreme, like swing all the way over. But commit yourself to just staying in alignment with something that feels balanced, ordered. I want to say you feel in control of it, but more in a way of mastery, not in a way of like I'm controlling and micromanaging everything. Again, with the Hermit energy, with Virgo energy, the shadow side is needing to micromanage. The evolved side is I see myself, I see my journey, I have the self-awareness, and I'm moving from a place of mastery, because the more you know, right? Knowledge is power. So that is what I see for you, and I really freaking love it, not gonna lie. That is so powerful. 3 of Swords came up strong for Taurus as well, did it? Yeah, there's a lot of 5s. Well, that makes sense for eclipse season, honestly, because eclipse season is gonna bring the change. But that's what I see for you, Cappy. We're gonna move on to Aqua, but I love you so much, and I really love that reading. Love it. Okay. Yeah, let's move on to Aquarius. Aquarius came up very strong in your reading. You might have Aqua in your chart, or Aquarius season could be quite powerful for you as well. I'm hearing like culmination point. So even something that you start now, like something you start changing now, or even like an order that you begin putting into place now, it could kind of like come into culmination or reach something. I don't know, it could reach a point where it is fully kind of like integrated or stabilized for you, to the point where it becomes like natural for you and not something that you're implementing still, maybe around Aquarius season. So keep that in mind. Love you too, buddy. Love you too, bestie. Yes, let's plan a time to connect soon. What's up, underdog? How are you? Okay, let's do Aquarius. I'm using my favorite deck of all time for you. I don't use it that often because they stopped making it. And it's one of the first decks I ever got. They don't make it anymore, and mine is getting... I just don't want... I need to preserve it, so I don't use it that often. It's called the Spolia Tarot, though, and it's absolutely my favorite thing ever. It's so gorgeous. You'll see. You'll see. Okay, Aquarius. Where are my beautiful Aquarians at? My beautiful Aquarians. Some of my favorite people in the whole wide world. Actually, in Vedic, I am an Aquarius sun, yeah. But in Western, I'm an Aquarius Eros and Mercury. So you could say that I'm Machio freak a little bit. Or you're my kind of freak. I don't know how you want to say that. You match my freak. Yes, Aquarians appeal to me very much. Aquarian energy. Okay. Aquarius, Aquarius. What does Aquarius need to know about eclipse season? Right after we said there's a lot of 5s, and then your first card is a 5 as well. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Let's do courage. Ooh. Oh, I like that. Yes. Big fan of that. Let's see. Whoa. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. For you, for you, for you. Hi, Aqua. How are my notorious Aquarians doing? Donna, you've been waking up about 3 a.m. You can't stand it? Yeah. Relatable. Okay. Should settle down, hopefully, a little bit after eclipse season. All right, Aqua. Let's take a look at what's happening for you. I really love this. I feel like you are... It's coming through as like you're taking a bit of a voyage or a journey through the past, but you're coming out the other side having mastery over... It's like you're creating closure surrounding some sort of pain that is still causing a bit of conflict within you, is what I feel. And you're doing it in classic Aquarian form. You're doing it through the way that, you know, mastering the way that you're thinking about it. Specifically, like expanding the way that you think about something. So, yeah, I'm hearing to hold the experience. So I don't know whether that's holding... I think that means holding the experience from the past, but also holding some sort of experience that you're currently going through as well. So some sort of experience you're currently going through could be what is prompting you to do this, maybe. But let's see. Okay. So your overall energetic theme for eclipse season, it's coming out as the Five of Wands and then this card, which says, think unconditionally. Which I feel like is very Aquarian. The Five of Wands. I've never noticed that about this card ever before. That's so crazy. I didn't notice that there's the Ouroboros around. So the Ouroboros is the symbol of the snake eating its own tail, right? And it represents symbolically like the infinite process of death and rebirth, essentially like transformation, transmutation, that kind of thing. The only constant is change. That's what that's... Yeah. Okay. I like it. So the overall energetic theme for you, think unconditionally. The only constant is change. Yeah, it's like you are realizing that you can change the past by revisiting it and rewriting the narrative. Once you change the way that you perceive the past, the power that it has over you, or the way that you act in response to the past, will also shift, because your belief or your perception of it has shifted at like the kind of root level. So what I'm seeing is that what I was saying before, you're doing something, you're like going through, okay, my crown is, well, not my crown, but like the back of my head, actually kind of like right where this is growing out of his head is tingling right there. You could be going through like a crown activation though, because it's like the only place where my hat's not covering, that's where it's tingling. So it could just be like spirits being like, they're going to have a crown activation. So keep that in mind. That could be happening as well, like something spiritually could be opening up. You could be able to think more unconditionally in terms of like expanded consciousness, not just your mind, like your human mind, so to speak. More your spiritual mind or sight could be expanding as well. So that's what the overall energetic theme is. You're changing something. Okay. That feels really deep, but in a good way. Your signifier going into eclipse season is the Three of Wands with Sun in Scorpio endurance. Here is what I see. It's Three of Wands energy. There's definitely something about like transformation, transmutation with these three butterflies here. I think that you're moving into eclipse season with it's coming through as like you're committed, you are invested, you have clarity. It's almost like I know what I need to do kind of energy. But I feel like you're looking towards the horizon and you're aware that in order to get to where you want to be, again, you know that something has to change surrounding maybe like how you're relating to what has been or what currently is. It's almost like you know that the energy that you hold within you is what kind of creates your perception of what you will see on the horizon when you look forwards, right? Like where you've been and how you choose to carry that energetically is what is influencing what you see when you look forwards or what you even see in the present too. There's a lot of ice in there. Okay. Anything else about that? And I see you as being like, yeah, you have this sort of like fortitude about it. Bye, Bianca. Love you. There's this level of fortitude and strategy to it, though. It's almost like you, I'm kind of seeing you as like preparing to take a journey, again, maybe to the past or through some sort of experience that you wish to maybe reframe or balance out. And it's like with this Scorpio sun endurance, it's almost like you are prepping yourself for that journey in some sort of way. It's coming through as like a spiritual or emotional prepping, though. This is very much reminding me of the Strength card as well. So it's kind of, it's like there's a level of prepping yourself and mastering, like putting yourself in that mindset of like, I am the master of myself before you even step into the journey or approach this. What's shifting for you is the Hermit and Temperance in reverse. So Virgo and Sagittarian energy here. This Hermit card, isn't that so pretty? Oh, I love it. I love it so much. Again, it's about, with the Hermit, it's about that internal journey. And it's the journey through your culminated experience of life. Every step you've taken. It's like you're going within to locate the source of something that has been throwing you off a little bit, not allowing you to fully be. I think that you're, how can I say this? It's almost coming through as like the thorn in your side. It's like you feel that there's some sort of like weak spot and you want to locate it, pinpoint it, gain deeper understanding surrounding it. This could be something like an injustice that was like done to you, or something that you experienced here that maybe you never fully yeah, you might want to watch the Capricorn reading, because it's, I split the deck and it's the moon in reverse with the Capricorn card behind that. The Capricorn reading could reveal something to you. There is a common thread of energy here a little bit. So maybe you have Capricorn in your chart, or maybe that would just be helpful for you. If you feel called to do so, then I would check their reading out. You do have a common ruler of Saturn though too. So yeah, you might want to check that out. There might be something about the lessons that the two of you are learning at this time that are Saturnian in nature. Can you tell me more about the Hermit and Temperance in reverse? But this is shifting for you, so it's telling me that through this journey, yeah, it's not a mental journey though. It's so interesting because the outcome is that your way of thinking will have become more unconditional, but yet the approach is not mental. Air in reverse, the Nine of Wands in reverse. It's not about pushing through the mind. It's not about forcing yourself to think another way. It's more like you enter a journey one person, and when you come out the other side of that experience, you have changed. Your thinking has changed naturally. It's like allowing yourself to experience something and then your thinking shifts, not the other way around. Not forcing your thinking to shift and then your experience changing. I do see it shifting for you though. But it's a more grounded, more kind of like vulnerable approach. Not vulnerable in a bad way or a weak way. More like opening yourself up to something. Yeah, I just got goosebumps. I don't know if you can see, but I definitely have goosebumps right now. All the hairs on my arm are standing up all of a sudden. So your challenge is the Four of Wands with the Eight of Cups in reverse. It's, yeah. It's not something that... There's a quote that I'm channeling. I don't remember exactly what it is, but it is by, I think it's by Walt Whitman. Let me see. I can find it. I have it on my phone. Walt. It's like, yeah, here it is. The quote is, I'll show you the picture so you can screenshot it if you want, but hello? There we go. It's happiness, not in another place, but in this place, not for another hour, but this hour, by Walt Whitman. That's the quote. Happiness here and now, in this place, in this hour, in the present, not looking towards the future, like I'll be there then in another hour, in another place, but finding happiness now, finding happiness in the current experience. That's what's coming through. This journey allows you to do that in a way that you've been blocked from doing completely. Excuse me, in some sort of way. Because there's an emotional experience that you're not meant to like sever yourself off from or release yourself from. You're meant to still be in it, but find joy within it. So it's not about shifting, again, it's not really about shifting your circumstances, but it's about like your perception of your circumstances is going to change. And then the way that you relate to them is going to change as well. That's the challenge. It's going to be like applying, there will be joy and liberation in the experience that you're in now, not through escaping it, not through like forcing it to change, but through seeing it in a different light. And that's going to happen as you like go through this journey. You're going to shift the energy. There's success that you haven't fully been able to invest like your whole self into, I think. And it's because of there's been some form of injustice or imbalance in the past, I feel, that happened, and you're moving that energy. The way that you think about it is going to shift. I think that there's a cycle that you haven't closed out, and it is Saturnian, the world. That's why Capricorn was coming out. It's the Saturnian connection between the two of you. I don't even know if you fully have seen it clearly, this cycle that's open. I don't think you have, because you're intelligent enough that if you would have, I think you would have already addressed it by now. It's more like eclipse season is going to guide you into this. And then you're going to, again, like, you're going to go through the process, and the process is going to shift you. So, yeah, because if you knew, then you would probably apply your natural way of coming at it to it. But that's not supposed to be the way. So that's why it's happening this other way, this kind of like backwards way. And don't get me wrong, Virgo is still highly intelligent, highly mental, analytical, ruled by Mercury. This process is not like that far outside of your realm of comfort. It's just coming through as more grounded, and it's like a different approach to seeing something. It's coming through as very much like re-walking this path, or like it's like reliving an experience in a way through this visitation, this process that is the visitation of something here. That's what I see. So your advice is the High Priestess. This baddie. High Priestess. Allow your fixed thinking to blur a little bit. Because the thing is, the High Priestess, she laughs at notions of black and white, of right and wrong. She transcends above all of that. She knows that that's not actually truth. Truth blurs those lines. But only through that higher transcendent like perspective of seeing, that again is a conscious expansion, not just like a gaining of intelligence, right? Be open to that. Try to kind of be in that mutable experience rather than the fixed air experience. You have that with these cards. Jupiter in Libra, negotiation, and Saturn in Cancer, charity. It's coming through, yeah, as like negotiate with a little bit of sway. With some sway. This might even be with other people as well. Like the experience that you are revisiting, it could have to do with like somebody else, something that happened between you and someone else. That could be that Libran energy, that justice in reverse that keeps on coming up. Because then this Libran energy of Jupiter is coming up here, or Jupiter in Libra, sorry, negotiation. And it's coming through as like, so this card also came up. It's this guy saying, did it hurt when you fell from heaven? And she's like, no, I dug my way up from hell. And he's like, oh. Oh. So I feel like it's negotiating the way that you see something, or maybe see, it's kind of coming through as like offering grace to someone, what happened to you, like seeing it from a perspective that is higher. So it's not like what they did was wrong, like black and white, blah, right? It's kind of like, hi Vanessa. Oh, it's good to see you, babe. I haven't seen you in a little bit, I feel. It's kind of like that. It's like reapproaching this and maybe seeing how maybe somebody's actions came from them having to like dig their way up from hell or something. It's like there's some sort of conscious expansion where you're seeing something not just in black and white terms. You're able to see it through a lens that is more expanded, and that I think is allowing you to offer, like, to resolve something and reconcile it in your mind in a way that you haven't before. So there could be an element of forgiveness here where you're finally able to let go of something that you didn't realize was still throwing you off balance energetically. Maybe you didn't realize you were still holding on to some sort of resentment or still seeing something in very black and white terms. And that was creating a blockage it was creating some sort of glass ceiling for you, is what I feel like. But I think that you're breaking out of this, which is beautiful. It has to do with offering grace, though. But there's a level of needing to negotiate that black and white thinking in order to get to that place. And I'm not saying even that you need to like reach out to somebody and like be like, I forgive you, it's no. Forgiveness is a lot more about you. Forgiveness is about you reconciling something within you so that you don't have to carry the weight of it anymore, and then it does not continue to affect you. A lot of the times forgiveness is a lot more about you than the other person. It doesn't mean that what happened is okay. It's just reframing something from a place where oftentimes where you've got some distance between yourself and the experience, where you can see things from like more of a transcendent place. You're not so triggered, and you can realize that everything in life is pretty much like, is not black and white. There are shades of gray. It's like, it's not just like someone did something because they are a monster. It's like, well, monsters are created, not born, usually, right? It's nature and nurture, not nature versus nurture, usually. So there's an element there where it's like, there's something that you're able to offer. Like, I'm seeing charity as grace, as forgiveness, as the ability to reconcile something. And when you reconcile something, it creates reconciliation, allows a release of that energy, which creates an energetic vacuum. So something else will be able to be pulled into the space that was taking up within you. And I think that I think that a blessing or something positive or expansive is going to come into that space that was being like occupied by whatever this is. And I see it as being pretty powerful for you. So I really like that, Aqua. Woo, that felt very deep. The energy is heavy right now. Yeah, it is. I feel ya. Okay, we're moving on to Pisces. My spicy little Pisces. Okay, Pisces, what's up? The other stars of the show. Where are my fellow angel fish, my fellow sharks? We can be both simultaneously. But yes, we are going to be feeling this time strongly as well. Just as Virgo is, just in a bit of a different way. But it's a lot. That was an interesting and insightful reading. Good. Yeah, it does seem, I would have to re-listen to that because you haven't seen me without a hat, really? It's just recently actually that I've been wearing a hat like a lot, like the last couple months, and it's because again, like I've been like really open. My crown has been very open. Actually, like this whole last year my crown's been very open, so Yeah. But especially the last, I'd say like 6 months, I pretty much have always worn a hat when I go live because I'm like, I need to cover my freaking crown. Otherwise, the collective energies are just too much. Honestly, like if you see like my head as an antenna, right? It's like putting a hat on, like eliminates all of the static, and it allows me to tune in to just like one station, if that makes sense. That's how it feels anyways, covering the crown. Sometimes I do, but more often when I sleep, I just like, I'll anoint my crown with like this witchy thing that I made. Oh, thank you, underdog. Thank you, love. That is so generous. Thank you. It's like an oil, like an essential oil mix that I brewed up with yeah, as like a protective sort of thing. So I will anoint myself with that sometimes if I feel, but yeah. It's different at night though. It's different when I'm dreaming. I can usually just set an intention to like, but when I'm actually interacting with like tuning into all of your energies, it's a little bit different. I feel like I need more physical, actual, I don't know if any of this is making sense, but this is intuitively why I do what I do anyways. Yes, you the man, underdog. You the man. I can't like, oh, can I like it? Maybe on here I can like it. Yay. Okay, there we go. I hope my chat starts working the next time I go live, like on the actual YouTube screen, because it's a little annoying. All right, let's get into Pisces. Then I'm gonna go to bed because it's 2:30 in the morning. Although I gotta say, I kind of like prefer doing readings late at night. But that is because I am a nocturnal creature. Okay. Pisces, Pisces, Pisces. What does Pisces need to know about eclipse season? It's eclipse season. What does Pisces need to know? Whoa. Okay, what's that? Oh, I like it. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let's see. You can hear Luna making little cute noises in her sleep over there. Little like grunts and stuff while she moves around. Luna. It's almost snuggle time, buddy. Snugs, the snugs. The fluffy kitten snugs. I need them in my life. Whoa. Well. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a message. Yeah, I like this. Okay, both of those go there. Okay. So one for this too. Whoa. Yeah. That about sums things up, doesn't it? Okay. Just two more. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, Pisces. Hi, Pisces. How are you, my loves? I hope that you're doing amazing. Hi, Hales. You're back. Okay, so let's take a gander. Let's take a look. I've never said that in my life. I don't know why I said that now. Let's take a look at what's going on for you over this eclipse season. It's gonna be a wee bit intense, I'm thinking here, my friends, because the north node, like the nodal axis, is in Virgo and Pisces right now. The north node is in Pisces, and so usually when the north node is in your sign, it will talk about you could feel called or like pulled, prompted by the universe, if you will, somewhat into your dharmic path a little bit, especially if you have strong Pisces, like if you have strong Pisces in your chart, wherever that is. So buckle up, space cowboys, because it's gonna be one of those seasons. But the overall energetic theme for you for this season is coming through as the star, which is Aquarian energy and is kind of beautiful. Okay. And it's clarified by these cards. What does it say? Okay. Yeah, this is quite interesting. Okay, so it's the star. It's with these cards. So this one says burden, retreat, discovery, emotion, and sanctuary. And this card says killing myself just to understand you. This is a lyric card. It's a song by the band Now Now. Killing myself just to understand you. Which song is that? Let me look up the lyric, or not the lyrics. Oh, yeah, let me look up the lyrics so that I can tell you which song it is by them, in case you want to look it up and listen to it. Okay, just a bunch of things about suicide came up. I'm looking for Now Now lyrics, not literally killing ourselves. Okay, it's the song Can't Help Myself is the song. Can't Help Myself by the band Now Now, okay? Yeah. You're taking on someone's stuff here. Yes, I definitely feel that. What? Haley, what are you talking about? It's okay. That's okay. Because my community are like friends, so it's okay. But if there's something that someone says that I am like, I can draw a boundary. That's okay though. But the back of this card also has a direct message on it, and it says, I'm in between right now, but with patience, there will be justice. So this is a message from someone else outside of you, okay? And I'm guessing that it's the person that you feel you're killing yourself to understand. So Yeah, okay, this is coming through as a pretty clear message. This eclipse season, there's going to be really deep, there's going to be some pretty deep healing for you with the star. And I think that with that healing, there's going to be like a level of hope that's going to return to you surrounding something that's been very difficult or frustrating for you. Specifically, I think that there's someone in your life that you have been killing yourself to understand, you know? You've been trying really, really hard to make sense of something, and it's created a big burden for you. I think that in eclipse season, it's happening in Virgo season, right? And the eclipses are happening between you and Virgo, like I said before. So it's interesting that on this card it says retreat and discovery and sanctuary, because all of those kind of speak to like Virgo, the hermit energy to me a little bit. So what I feel like is that there's someone that you care very much for. There's someone that you have a lot of belief and hope around them as well, and you have been really trying to see things from someone's point of view or perspective, but I feel like it's been taking a toll on you. And I think that because you're so empathetic and sensitive, I think that the more that you've tried to understand this person, you could have been even inadvertently like taking in a lot of their energy, a lot of their emotion maybe specifically, and it's been creating a heavy burden in you. And I don't know if you've even realized that the way that it's been affecting you, like, because your signifying energy going into eclipse season is the Knight of Cups in reverse, which is very much not an energy that is very Piscean. And it's clarified by this. This says so much, yes. Venus in Libra, which is about relationships, indecision. And then this card, Jupiter in Cancer, speculation. I think you've been tuning into the way that this person thinks about something, and it's been creating a lot of indecision in your own heart. It's been throwing you into an energy of the Knight of Cups in reverse, which is not very much you, like I said before. You've been taking on some energy that's not yours. That's coming through very clearly here. During eclipse season, you're going to have a chance to retreat from that, and you're going to rediscover in your own emotional sanctuary. You're going to rediscover yourself, and there's going to be a very deep level of healing to that for you, is what I feel. There's been an energetic influence here, and the thing is, it's not someone projecting their energy at you, and I don't think you've been trying to take it on either. I think that you genuinely have wanted to gain more understanding about where this person's coming from, or you've wanted to like make things right or create healing maybe between you and someone. So you've been opening yourself up to their energy as a means of doing that, but I don't think you realized that you were actually soaking so much of it up and that it has been influencing you. That's coming through very clearly. Yeah. Okay, so what's shifting for you is the Fool in reverse. Yeah. Because of all of this indecision and speculation here, that has led to somewhat of like an emotional detachment, emotional confusion, or an emotional unavailability, or just you questioning your own emotions, because again, you haven't really been in your own emotional sanctuary here. The Fool in reverse, there's been like something that you have not, there's been a leap of faith, I feel like, that you haven't been able to take from this emotional landscape, this place within you. So if during eclipse season you have like, if there's distance between yourself and someone, specifically this person, embrace it as a good thing, please. I don't see it being forever, right? I'm in between right now. They are in between. They are in these energies. They've literally just said that, right? So that's how I know that's what it is. But with patience, there will be justice. With patience, this person will sort their shit out. But I feel like they need distance. They need to retreat into their own sanctuary to do that. And you need them to do that as well, because you also need to do that. It's about understanding yourself and giving this person less of your energy, less of your attention, not because you don't want to understand them, but because you will actually see them clearly, like more clearly, through this degree of separation than you would if you continue to open yourself up, because you're actually getting your own intuitive and emotional understanding is getting muddied by this person in some sort of way, by their energy. And there's an element of you not taking some sort of leap, but this is what's shifting. So I see that you're going to be able to kind of like cleanse this person's energy out. And it's not that their energy is bad, right? It's just that you do need to transcend it, because you're calling something in here. Yeah, look at this. Holy shit. This is loud. Oh my goodness, Pisces. Whew. This person's dealing with a lot of fear, and you're meant to liberate yourself from it. I don't think you've realized how much you've taken on. It's the fear and their own emotional, like, I want to say they're like ruminating or they're overanalyzing. There's a lot of speculation emotionally that's causing indecision, but there's a level of emotional detachment, or emotional immaturity, or just like they need to sort through something themselves. It could even just be emotional burden, but it's not yours to take on. It's not yours to heal for this person. They need to understand it and heal it themselves. No one can heal it for them. But all of these cards came out, and I'm going to tell you about this because this is why the leap hasn't been taking place, right? So the Three of Wands in reverse, it's like you haven't been moving towards something because the Ace of Wands in reverse, because there's been an energetic drain, this burden that's been taking place, right? The Ace of Pentacles in reverse, for that reason, there's an opportunity that you haven't been able to, it's like the Fool and the Ace of Pentacles, right? Leaping out into a new opportunity that's being offered to you. That hasn't been happening, and it's because of the King of Swords in reverse. There's a way of like thinking that has been skewed, and it's coming from a fearful place or a very rigid place, and that's not yours. So then the other cards that came out, it's the Hanged Man, which is Neptune, your ruler. There needs to be like, once you retreat back into your own emotional sanctuary, what you're going to discover here is the Hanged Man. You transcend into your own emotional space, and what do you find there? The Ten of Cups. I'm kind of seeing this as like, this back here is this person's current experience. See, they're like, there's this, it's burning, and you are on your own island of bliss when you retreat. And that's not like you're leaving this person to burn, like you're like, well, fuck you, have fun, fend for yourself, brah. It's like, no, not that. You still care for this person, but you also can't take on their thing, and it's actually doing both you and them a disservice, because they need to learn their lesson. They need to clear their karma. They need to make their own decisions and connect with their own emotional truth. You can't like instill that or insert that in them, or you can't help them. You can't make them see, right? You can't change where they're at on their journey and what they know and what they don't know. But it's important for you to transcend and remember what you know. Your baseline is the Ten of Cups. Behind that is the Ten of Pentacles in reverse, the Six of Swords in reverse, Temperance in reverse, okay? Again, this is the impact of this, the influence of you taking on too much of this other person's energy. It's created an instability that is coming from, like, there's a perspective that is not evolving here. They're stuck in this state of indecisive speculation, right? So when you're in that place, you're just going back and forth. You're not moving forwards anywhere. You're one step forward, two step back, one step forward, two steps back, right? And it's creating temperance in reverse, a lack of internal harmony and balance. When you tune into yourself again and you stop investing in their energy, the 5 of Pentacles in reverse and the 9 of Pentacles, you release that energetic burden that's creating scarcity and rigidity in your life, and you reclaim your own personal, like, sovereignty and abundant state here, which is something that you are meant to be tuning into right now. So your challenge is the Page of Pentacles in reverse. There's a hesitation to take an individual opportunity. I feel like you might feel as though you are abandoning someone in their time of need, or you might feel like if you take this fool's leap and you take an opportunity that is for you, that you, like, that this person won't be there when you come back, or that, like, it's like there's an element of you that's scared to be open to an opportunity because you're worried that opening up to a certain opportunity could mean losing your opportunity with somebody that you care deeply about, is what I feel. But I'm not seeing that as being the case. But your challenge is going to be, like, there is a part of you that is scared to take this opportunity and to focus on yourself. There's a part of you that has gotten a little bit it's like overly invested in understanding and focusing on somebody else. And again, not understanding. It's like you're doing that not out of a bad place. You've been trying to do that in order to, like, show up for them better. But it's like you don't have an understanding of what they need. So I see you, like, pouring more into trying to understand them, but they don't even understand themselves right now. They themselves are in a space of indecisive, like, confusion and disconnection from their emotions. So they need to sort that mess out themselves. But your advice is the 4 of Swords. The 4 of Swords with this card. Oh, this is so North Nodal eclipse in Pisces. So it says, this is your higher self. This is you. And your higher self says, it's time for the new chapter of your life. And you say, no, thanks. I'm quite comfortable right where I am right now. And then your higher self just dumps you off the side of the cliff. That is spiritual ascension in a nutshell right there. Yes. Romanticized versus reality. Okay. Reality. And then you have this acquisition sun in Taurus. The thing is that this is that fool's leap. That's what I'm seeing this as. It's like now your higher self is like, fuck it, we ball. I'm going to, you're not taking the fool's leap because you're too focused on somebody else and you're taking in their energy. I'm now going to just dump you off the cliff because I know what you really need. And that is what is going to actually get you what you want. And this is coming through as, like, you know, acquisition. Taurus is ruled by Venus. I see that you are, there's going to be the acquisition of something, like you're going to acquire a deeper knowledge. Like, again, you're going to tune into yourself and then you're going to be able to see this person more clearly as a result. Whatever it is that you're hoping to acquire out of relationally, I feel like it's going to actually come from you pursuing yourself and taking this leap, not from you continuing to focus on the person. So it's like the thing that you're afraid is going to maybe cause you to lose your connection to this person is actually exactly what is going to help put you in the energy that will allow you to connect more deeply or understand them. But there's also something here to consider with this Four of Swords. This is the zombie tarot, which I love so much. But this Four of Swords, it's this soldier, and he's laying here on this cot, right, in the zombie apocalypse. He's got like beer cans by his head, and he's laying here, and he's still seeing, he's laying here with his gun, and he's still seeing through, he's still seeing his trauma, like when he was in the middle of the chaos, right? So it's like Four of Swords, even though he is at peace, his meditation, he's still focused on the trauma. So there's something about that is like the more that you meditate, even though I feel like you're coming at it for trying to perceive and understand this person from a place of like calm, meditative, and again, you have good intentions, but it's not the way to acquire, because you're seeing through this person's lens, and it's like you're looking into their trauma, their confusion, their unresolved shit is what you're seeing. And so it's like, even though you're trying to gain like peace of mind and understanding, you're not getting that from your current approach. That's why this is what's going to get you there, if that makes sense. Okay. That's what I see for you though. And I really like that. I think that you're going to be able to offer, well, yeah, you're offering yourself this healing and perspective, and rather than making this other person the primary focus. And again, it's not that you're caring less about them. It's not that you are totally disconnecting from them, not seeing them at all. It is just that you're taking a different approach, and it's going to be a lot more beneficial and conducive to actually getting what you're trying to achieve, I think, out of it, because you're able to see more clearly from your own transcended, like clear space of emotional fulfillment, rather than trying to gain clarity through the lens of someone who is still kind of like in the thick of it. You know what I mean? You're not going to gain a deeper understanding that way. You're going to gain a deeper understanding through your own like reclaiming your own energetic sovereignty and being in an emotional sanctuary, because you have very high emotional intelligence. You have like pretty much unmatched intuition and connection to source. So that's where your clarity is going to come from reconnecting to that, and even like expanding or strengthening that at this time, allowing yourself to evolve in that way. That's going to allow you to show up more for this person, and also I think like see them more clearly, or offer them clarity maybe that they don't have. So because it's like you're trying to understand someone, but they, like I said, they're not fully seeing clearly or understanding even themselves or their situation right now. They're still kind of they're triggered, or they're in the thick of it. So it's like they can't offer you something that they don't have. Okay? But that's what I see for you, Pisces. Okay? So I'm going to leave your reading there. And that concludes our Eclipse Season 2025 All Signs reading. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you again so much. Thank you again so much to Underdog. I appreciate that donation so very much. Yeah, the comment asking if I'm bald, but that was just a joke. But thank you though, Haley, for going to bat for me. I think it's quite apparent that I'm not bald underneath my hat. But yeah, I love you guys so much. I hope that you kill this eclipse season. Just handle it like the ball is that you are. I really liked the messages that came out in this reading. I think that spirit is, I mean, is there a thread of chaotic messiness through it? Yes, absolutely there is. But also I feel, I mean, as with every eclipse season, there's also like this thread of fate, you know, and the universe has your back. The universe always has your back. Sometimes it's even more apparent when you are in those spaces where you're kind of forced into surrender, right? Because when you're in that element of surrender, you're forced to have faith, which is like a belief in things unseen. And that opens up space for spirit to truly show up for you and for you to recognize and kind of like acknowledge in a way that you might not when you are approaching things by your normal means of like control and order and, you know, kind of following your own status quo. So allow spirit to show up for you. Trust spirit, trust your own spirit as well, of course. And yeah, I think it's gonna be a good one, guys. But I love you so much. I'm gonna go to bed because it's 3 in the morning here. Um, but I will see you again very soon. I think I'm going to actually do a little bit of a like an ASMR style energy work session. It's not going to be so much directing the energy with like a super strong, I think my intention is going to be more so like a really solid cleansing and grounding into um, the present moment, because I think that's kind of what's most helpful in eclipse season. I don't really like to try to direct the energy around eclipse season because it has a mind of its own, and I think that it should do its own thing. But I thought that maybe something that allows, hopefully, to cleanse out any like excess noise for you and just help you ground into the now might be a little bit helpful. So I want to do that. And I also want to come on and just do just like a hangout sesh where we just talk a little bit about more personal stuff and just kind of shoot the shit. And then along with more like tarot content as well, of course. So I'll be seeing you. I'll be seeing you around. I'll be here. So thank you so much for vibing. Feel free to like, share, comment, subscribe, do the whole notification bell thing, because I kind of just have been coming on when I feel like sort of spontaneously, when I have the energy and when I feel called and guided to do so. So yeah, but I'm sending you guys lots of love as per always, and I will be talking to you again soon. Mwah. Until then, stay safe and well, okay? Bye, guys.